Hey guys, good morning. Ship Ellich reporting in. Woke up a few hours ago, so gonna have a weird schedule still. I'm really a morning person, but later today will be too tired to stream. We're continuing to paint the world pink. Yoo-hoo! Hey cookies. Just had breakfast and got some coffee here. And let's see how many turns we get today. What time is it over there? It's 7 and 12 a.m. Yeah, where were we? As you can see, we controlled nearly 2/3 of the world. There are lots of minor factions at war with Disciples of the Maw, aka Scrog. Is it Scrog the Slaughterer? These ogres, they all look the same to me. Where the hell is he? Is that him? Scrog the Slaughterer, yeah, the leader of Disciples of the Maw. They are over there in the Empire Diner. We're finishing off the Legion of Chaos. We're gonna maintain these two vassals and the two Warriors of Chaos vassals, and eventually probably gonna destroy what's his name, Kairos. We got a region in the Grand Cathay now, at peace with Zhao Ming, and going to try to carve some territories out of Miao Ying. Okay, got currently, according to supply lines, 11 armies, but we have a total of 20 armies. The armies from the Allies and Disciple armies, which is the mechanic of this faction, possibly all the Chaos, are not listed here. I'm kind of expecting rifts to open again, but I'm sure if this is a thing. This is a good long campaign to see how this works, because we got all the 4 souls. We were way ahead of everybody, and we have done the Fortress Souls campaign victory. That's the normal campaign victory for this campaign. It's literally pretty much the whole campaign made around this. Well, there is still the optional half-assed domination campaign victory. Hey, jump troop. Let's see where we're in the turn. Let's see notification. Where are we? Notification. Who first? This one here. Ah, this is actually towards the end of the turn. We got a couple of battles to go. We did repel one of the armies here. These guys are done. They have no economy to get them any military anymore. 3 or less armies at this stage against us, you die. 5+ armies, you resist.
You have no power over me.
Okay, this looks like in range. Okay.
Delectable.
All the ogre settlements are unwalled, and they are kept to tier 3. It's unique to ogres. I don't know exactly in detail, but I haven't played ogres, but that's what we learned from fighting them. I'm not sure how these abilities even charge, but for the AI, I guess they just have cooldown. There's a lot of abilities here. This is a Disciple army. It's not critical. They don't take damage, but they will need to garrison this place for at least a couple of turns. So we're considering to seduce something here. So the garrison might stay alive. We don't have any spearmen here. Our infantry gets smacked against the ogres, but the seekers do okay. Their dual weapons probably are the biggest threat to us. I guess we'll just get one dual weapons. And we get both Ogre Bulls and Tiger dual weapons. I like that more. Dual weapons have bonus against infantry, which automatically have higher chance to hit infantry, and they deal more damage. And it is noticeable. The ogres are already by their, you know, design anti-infantry and anti-large, because they will not be pushed around, and they will push everything around. Hey, Bologna. Ogres and magic users, yes, they do have a couple of lores. If I'm not mistaken, I saw Lord of Fire. Might be Lord of Fire. Lord of Beasts and the Lord of the Great Maw. I think those three. Yeah, this is Kislev settlement. Make sure the ogres go in first. Otherwise, when you seduce these units, you always kind of have to put them in harm's way. That's the way it should be. Especially if, for whatever reason, they might return to the enemy, which in this case they will not. Hey, Shurkana, good morning. We could use the secret chariots to take parts of the city. They don't do anything against ogres. They do okay against those noblers, but noblers are not threat. The only way these chariots can do damage if we really give them some effort, as in we just continuously try to attack through various infantry units. At the moment anybody has a large unit, the chariots just get countered. Chariots always had issues fighting large, and especially these chariots have no attack animations.
Death through sensation.
Well, I got a bunch of whips here. Whips get good defense, but they're not really specialized to fight either large or infantry. They're just, you know, okay.
Marauders! The eternal hunters!
We don't want to really put infantry on this side. We can put like a couple here. No spells on the Herald. It's bugged. This is basically our main force here, which, you know, logically, the AI will deploy most of their force here as well. Well, of course, we outnumber them and there are multiple entrances to the city, so logically, the AI cannot defend everything. So, as we have fast units, we expect to get in on at least one of the sides. Dual weapons and got Iron Fists, Ogre Bulls. And there's dual weapons here. Let's see if the two whips can handle dual weapons. This unit should probably be just enough to kill two whips. Learning all these unit interactions and what somebody can do and what they can't, if they have battle skills, experience, technology, that's a thing you need to learn over thousands of hours. I guess you could just guess it at times. Both units are taking damage. They're taking more damage because they've got bonuses we don't.
We yearn to ravage them. Cause of Slaanesh! A flurry of talent.
If we send chariots in, they're just gonna get killed by the ogres. They literally can't do anything to them. They just die. The Ogre Bulls Iron Fist beating us our ogres, but they did okay damage. Happy with that damage. They're also beating up one of the Seekers.
The Purple Herald! Seekers of Slaanesh! Endless suffering!
You look at the chariot here, you can see the beasties, they get some kind of attack animation, but it is very low damage. you can see they're doing next to nothing. This unit has no attack animation, has no collision damage really. There's some questionable charge bonus. Which means I'm not sure what the hell is the point of anti-infantry.
Bend to our will.
Bring us me. We will hunt ogres.
Marauders of Slaanesh. We will hunt
They create a chariot that has no attacks.
seekers.
That is the biggest fail I ever seen in Warhammer series really.
The debauched one. Sin and depravity. The dance is not yet over.
Marauders!
Torture it.
As you can see, one of these guys, unscathed, beating up even all the second unit of chariots.
Souls for Slaanesh.
Finding fresh souls.
Hell Scourge!
Let the depravity continue. Seekers of Slaanesh! There we fit. Hell Scourges! Seeking Slaanesh's embrace!
Hunt them down!
Seekers! We go!
The Seekers of Slaanesh are very good against ogres,
Willing slaves!
but they're not really supposed to go, you know,
Marauders!
straight on fighting, but they can, with experience, battle skills and technology they can. With a little bit of support from magic, no problem. Best thing you can do against large units is just debuff their attack and defense, and they, you know, less attackers, they're gonna matter more for them. Like Stonehorn is like a primary example where enfeebling foe is very good. It's gonna get beat up more, and it's not going to be able to hit anything. It's probably the best target in the game in Warhammer 3 so far that we've seen it for enfeebling foe.
Win, Sapper! Mancham!
More sensation! More!
Driven by pain!
The valley of suffering. The debauched ones!
Crush on!
I like the fact the Seekers have poison as well. I just don't get it. Why the hell started? Did it? Hold on. I remember missing something here. And they all have poison. Okay, I'm like, for a second I thought these guys didn't get poison. The beasts cause the poison. All the Slaanesh steeds cause poison. Okay, I was worried for a second that it's only one of them who would get it. This is the poison is kind of like one of the ways to mitigate damage as well. Especially the enemy trying to disengage, it's gonna be really bad for them.
Quit! Seeking Slaanesh's embrace!
Man-eaters. Man-eaters are just quality ogres. Race!
Pain and despair. It pleases Slaanesh.
Hey, 51 defense is gonna be very hard to hit. Yeah, you can see quality here. Got a lot of defense because of this buff here from the key building.
Bringers of joyous dead
Should be capturing the key building. Azimus, good night. See you later.
Seeking sin.
Aiden! Rampage, this way!
Pain is a gift. The deepest.
Should be over here now.
The pangs of suffering!
Beautiful pain. Makes them scream.
Pain and despair! To the next victory! On the hunt!
Just need to capture the key building and it's done.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Actually, still fighting.
Beacon of depravity.
Finally finished off.
That fire belly might have some value.
Hell Scourge!
Okay, it's done now. Jeff Jenkins says I kinda like the voice for the Marauders, and me too. You know, when I see Marauders, I come to think of Chaos Marauders, and they're one of the worst units ever in the series, really. Because been playing Legendary always. That low infantry can't really do anything except die. But over the years, we've seen the Norscan Marauders and now the Marauders Slaanesh, and those two are surprisingly good. They're still just Marauders. But those Chaos Marauders gave them just a really bad image over the years. One of the most bare-bone cannon fodder units in the game. And they're still in the game in their original state, really.
We will desecrate their homes.
Erengrad has been taken.
Of Slaanesh.
Oh, we got the infantry building here, that's good. Got an infantry building in River Linsk, Northern Oblast, and Ostland. In case we need to just recruit a bunch of spears.
Most privileged.
There is 86 corruption here. And you can see the army is going to be taking some attrition here.
Boundaries.
We've seen that 90 was not enough, and 86 doesn't seem to be enough. It's might be just 91, or maybe it's 95. This one is increasing here, but it's gonna go up much higher next turn.
Name it, and it shall be
That
done.
was a mistake, maggot.
10% replenishment, these guys. They have a weird in-camp stance. Bare bones.
I'm not one in charge round here.
The herald.
We should attack Talsin here. Can't retreat because he's in this stance. This is one of our okay armies, so we don't really have to really do that much here, but we should still probably get one of the units to lower the casualties. And no need fast units. Since the Legion of Chaos, they've been preferring Nurgle units the whole time. Honestly, I find it very strange that the AI would prefer Nurgle. Maybe they realize the that plague that they have, maybe it's unique to them, or maybe it's only if you do some nerdle stuff, but it seems to be like the best thing they have, the ballistic plague. But corn units would have been definitely more suited really for the AI than these nurgle units.
Beacon of depravity.
Hell scourges!
It's basically just cavalry. You're gonna die to demons. Maybe we can attract the flies down here.
Merge. Become as one. Dark whispers of glory.
The fiends have this thing called Soporific Mask. It's an ability that his Spawn of Slaanesh is missing. This helps with our units dealing more damage and taking less damage. Some of the Slaanesh things.
Avatar of torment. We will feast upon flesh. We will dine upon souls. We will revel.
Hellstriders are marauders on those beasties.
Soul Riders! Tear throats!
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh.
It's good for us because they're killing their own units, right?
A tempting destination.
Enfeeble their lord.
Dead burning kiss.
Make sure we have an anti-large one of this. You can see their army is moving quite slowly there.
Herald of Slaanesh. A rite of pleasure. Exalted
Nah, shooting there.
Slaanesh.
Is that one of the fiends, the poison there?
Captivating and horrifying. Decadence and subjugation. Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh. Beautiful.
They get debuffed and we get an edge. We're taking a lot of damage here. This one here. Feeble the prince.
Furious sensation.
No question, but how do I add a unit from a different army into my main army? You need to meet those armies on the campaign map. So you click from one army to another army, and an interface will open where you can transfer units.
Breathtaking violence. Sweet depravity.
But if you're thinking about units from different factions, it's from allies and legions resource, which pile up over time. Once you get an alliance, you need to build an outpost, and then you recruit those units. If you meant about that.
To the next victory!
The cold waits.
We have vassals in Norska, so we can access their troops if we have outposts in their capital.
The Dark Prince's servant.
To the next victory!
Not sure what happened to these units.
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace!
Darkest winds blow.
Even if the skin wolves get routed, they look at this, still 17 out of 24, it's nothing. They can always be put in harm's way, even without armor. That's a special army. Requested armies from the allies and disciple armies cannot transfer units to another army. It's a different thing.
Slaanesh's burning kiss.
Extravagant despair.
Red decadence and depravity.
Hell Scourge! Blanks flesh!
Fiends didn't really do much in this fight.
A beguiling nightmare. Set
Range attack seems to be doing some damage. Sometimes even more than the melee stuff.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
Delighted to.
Marcono says, Elich, I can't get past turn 3 in my Nurgle campaign. How do I progress towards starting on Warhammer 3? That's a tricky question. A couple of people have told me over the weeks that you can actually name your faction. You try to rename your faction from Pox Megas of Nurgle to Karazakarak, you might get some motivation to play. Get the plague, it's gonna be ugly for a few turns. This is not inside the region, so this is why I was debating if with myself should I attack this or not. There's a lower chance to get the plague inside the province. Okay, we didn't get the plague. So, we defeated the Demon Prince for the first time. We're playing as Demons of Chaos. And this is what you get when you defeat the Demon Prince. Diplomatic relations plus 20 with Kislev. Okay. Seducers, Slaanesh, you know, I can turn a blind eye to that. But attrition minus 50% casualty suffer from Chaos, Undivided Corruption, Chaos Waste attrition for the Lord's Army. Allow it when you get a blanket change copy pasta for every faction. Shouldn't like the Demons of Chaos get a different trade defeating Demon Prince? That'll require actual effort, right?
the herald of Slaanesh.
Yeah, we didn't get a plague, that's very good. 3 skill points for that battle, that's also very good. Watching this Lord of Shadow. Who do we have here? Okay. Sleek and strong. You notice how my armor disappeared? I think demons here get a magic weapon. I love playing a game on 19 FPS on a $4,000 PC. Amazing. 18 FPS.
I am made whole.
Yeah, the Dynasty of Slaanesh also have the soporific mask, and they got good anti-large.
Both sides suffered, but we prevailed.
We're basically just chilling with this army for now. There's no battle skill for allied units, zero spot in G-Bob. Well, there can definitely be things on the campaign skills and knowledge related to alliances, allies, allegiance, their units. I don't think that's you know, really critical on the game. You know, I would feel like asking too much. Some units are still good enough even without battle skills or technologies.
Taste
And you understand this, you're mixing up factions, which also create some weird combinations, which can be highly beneficial. It's not really important the units have battle skills or technologies. And then that would make them even better than your units, depending. But a small bonus could definitely fit somewhere on technology or a campaign skill. General for all factions, right?
Taste thy pleasure.
I fear even if they do something like this probably just lower the Legion cost or increase the Legion points per turn and not really give you any battle bonus like that.
Cavorting on.
I'm not really gonna put that in G-Bob now.
The heights I can take you to. Temptation calls. The herald of Slaanesh. I yearn to go.
The cult of endless delight.
I think creating battle skills that target specific units is a mistake in the first place, but that's just me. All the battle skills should be like the old Wood Elf battle skill. You know, affect all the units or a specific type of units. That would be a much better system. A little bit more impersonal.
The herald.
They do, you know, what they do.
Sensation lures me.
This area is clear, but we don't have much other military presence. Only going to the mountains without any Slaanesh corrupted army just gonna go.
Spreading seduction.
This army really needs to channel some winds.
The
Yeah,
herald.
this one is going there. Fine.
The herald of Slaanesh.
So it's still gonna be out of everything for a few turns. Their blades almost replenished. There's only 10 units coming here, not really a big deal.
The herald of Slaanesh. Artisan of pain.
This is going down 4 per turn. Character is no longer here. You only have 1 from the plague here. We need to remove this Snuggle corruption before anybody gets any bad traits. Melchior and these ones might get it. She already has it, but the characters don't have it. There's a good chance the characters will get it.
Slaanesh.
I don't know how many turns you have to be in such territory. I think it's like 20 turns is like point. Like you spend 1 turn, it's a 1 out of 20, and then 19 more, and you get a trait.
Divine immortality.
This is one of our patrol armies. The veteran demonettes, some of them. Let's all get acolytes of hedonism. Get some more defense, physical resistance, and leadership for the demonettes.
More power to me. Dance on, my new harem.
Harem.
Divine master.
It's 5 turns. I don't know why the cults are disappearing from these places. It looks like some kind of bug. I think it happens when the immortal warband spawns. This border here will get some adjacent corruption.
The herald of Slaanesh.
Got two disciple armies here.
Of Slaanesh.
Should have actually have a real army here.
Depravity reigns. I will
Get access to spears,
dominate.
so that's what we're gonna get, spears. Any experience, you know, it's pushing it, but they definitely slow down the ogres and build up damage. But they can fight units that are much tougher than them at a very good trade-off. Shambletown is here, so this is economy. Is it me or this province has 3 resources? Yeah, this province has 3 resources. Oh no, this is pastures. It's not really a resource, just you know, a different thing. But for this faction, actually does give income from all buildings. I guess that's a economy as well. It's not really a resource, but it's economy. Rapturous bliss. The entrancing smell of immortal ecstasy perfume oils blend with nymph-like vanilla notes to achieve a long-lasting shiver of blasphemous pleasure. I'm not a fan of these technologies here at all. In fact, the greater demons have non-bound spells. It's a mistake. This thing should have given them bound spells. But every now and then we use the Great Demon to cast a spell or two and this get triggered and helps. The worst technology we left for last time. Why is this even a technology? Why is this even a technology? It's like somebody has drank so much water, they're literally, if they drink 2 more glasses of water, they'll die. And somebody's just offering another glass of water. That's basically what it feels like, this technology.
We shall cavort and confound.
There's so many sources of this bonus already, and they are the more extreme one technology. Why is not this the divine diplomacy with all factions? Let's open the G-Bob here. That one, it seems like one of the worst technologies I've seen in this game yet so far. Plus 40 with Slaanesh factions. Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell? Seducers Slaanesh, take the divine that gives multiplication plus 4 Slaanesh factions when the faction has so many sources of this, makes this beyond excessive info Slaanesh. Hey Herman, good evening. Hey Frosty. Won't ask, are there any plus control effects that don't apply their effect as a negative in enemy regions outside ancillaries? I'm really not sure what you mean. Slaanesh with all faction technology there would actually be okay. This of Slaanesh, take the divine that gives multiplication plus 40 Slaanesh factions when a faction has so many sources of this, makes this one beyond excessive for Slaanesh. The follower alone makes this start value useless and waste of research time. Suggestion, make it plus relations with all factions. That one deserves an entry in the book. So bad. When you have technology that just wastes of research time, it's like literally do nothing. It's one of them. The follower I'm mentioning is Slaanesh Mutant, which is common follower with Slaanesh. You only have 2 of these and it's more enough. I'm not even using it, I'm just basically salvaging it. And it's easy to unlock. It doesn't work in the enemy territory, no. In enemy territory, anything that buffing the province does not work. It'll only work in own region. get more income there. We're back to at war with disciples of the Maw. They declare war on our vassal. Should not be a thing, but it is.
You have something in your teeth.
Does look like the troll country might be the primary target here. Kara still has the plague for 2 turns. Don't have the commandment here. But I genuinely think this helps. This helps with the technology. It's still a chance, you know, so it can still spread.
Prince's Herald.
It might almost remove it completely, or put it down to maybe 5%, maybe 10 to 15.
The perfect prince prevails.
We shall.
They're beaten and they're going back to recruit. I like seeing armies like this, bunch of Chaos Warriors and a Chaos Chariot. Our vassal is sending an army against Skragatink.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Nice to have all this vision here.
On we go.
This doesn't have a cult.
Cult calls, and I will. The cult.
Thank you, Rock. Appreciate it too.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Good morning. A harmony of degradation. A lifetime of order and harmony cannot prepare this mortal for the sensation we will visit upon their body. As Kate's champion succumbs to indescribable agony, the Dragon's Legion will turn and run. 6 turns is an additional reward, but it's a biting blade. Half a fuse.
My cult is your cult. It is acceptable.
Such insights to tempt you.
I'm going after this capital here. Going to be taking this corner of the map from the northern provinces, and then gonna ultimately destroy the western provinces.
Excess. Weave and
This is a very strong army here. And you can see we have cults everywhere over Grand Kate, so we can see nearly everything. Missing a couple of cults. Cults give us the full vision over the region, which is amazing.
I hunt. I can feel your soul.
Everything is very garrisoned here. We get a disciple army. I think when I besiege the city I'll get it up. I might send it around for this city here.
come.
Taste flesh. No one tells a tyrant what to do.
I could have risen an army here, but I can't here. Interesting. It's because of the different province, right? It's also relevant to the province as well. Yeah, let them come. We might just attack Nakari though. This army is still at 15 units. So we'll need a few turns before it can be active again.
Slaanesh herald, artisan of pain.
Yeah, this area is secure. We should sail after them now. There's actually a storm here, so that's a no. Hopefully this plague will not spread to other armies here. I think I've seen the plague spread one time from the province, not from the region. It might have been something in the fog water we haven't seen, like enemy army.
Grace and cruelty.
Ability rating still low. This betrayed the Legion of Chaos treaty. We have stopped the treaties and we haven't waited long enough for them to expire. It was a good timing, so it doesn't matter. Just made a little bit the risk that every time we declare war, these vassals might decide not to go with it. But trusted friends, very friendly, trusted friends, and trusted friends. This is also a factor, right?
We foresaw this meeting.
I think this is definitely affected by ability rating.
Marauders enter then. Are you after a drink, a fist fight?
Want the
or
Ice
both?
Drake Fjord. Oh, thank you.
I submit.
Oh, they are in their province here. We can tolerate their existence if they just control one of them mountains. They're all their vassal. They do have northern as well. Our other vassal has a province here as well. All those two not really available anywhere really, but we get things from them as well.
Has the perfect prince forsaken us?
I'm the raiding here, huh? Is this army here?
Depravity reigns.
Hey, Tiny.
The herald of Slaanesh.
Let's send this army after them.
Delectable bloodshed. Prince's herald. Delights without boundaries. Sea of desire.
Yeah, the disciple armies cannot be in the water because there is no corruption in the water. They take max attrition. Max attrition, that's from missing corruption.
Of Slaanesh.
You come before me as a penitent.
Someone's going to Grand Take because we're gonna be dismantling them slowly.
My den of sins. To my chamber of pain.
Okay.
Insights to tempt
We can actually pop an army out.
Taste that.
Territory is pretty clean here. There's no heroes, but we have started to use a couple of these assassins, the allures. This one can still replace a couple of units. We want this one to go to negative, so we'll not do it here.
We shall fall upon the disgraced with delicious violence.
So he's getting this is the last turn of good control. Well, something has to be done. I guess this is just gonna make it exactly the way we want it. Get another lure slot or something else.
Divine immortality.
Yeah, I also want to get 10 spearman buildings just in case. So there is one here. It's not sustainable, especially if Rift opens. You just basically every 10 turns you switch with this. There's achievement for 6,000 income. I'll call you not. We don't need this anymore here. This one has currently too much control. Our economy of this faction is very strong because how their buildings are sorted, and their buildings not only build fast, most of them in one turn, but they're also very cheap. This faction has some of the cheapest buildings of all factions really in the game. All the really warhammers. Look at this, they all take one turn as well. And makes you see wonder why is this so redundant with the construction costs for infrastructure building a local province as well. But it's for the economy. Economy, military. You know, corruption, military, growth and economy. Things make sense once you know, play for a bit. Not perfect, but you know, it makes a lot of sense. I could have got 2 more armies and cleared them up faster, for sure. But I want to get 60k and then I'm gonna do it. It's like if you clear the whole map in 170 turns or 190, you know, doesn't really matter. I don't really need to measure my dick with it, but I will have a fat one in this game. Counting the military buildings, tier 1s. Fortress of Warrock. Considering this place is on such a remote part of the world, it has to have a cultist building. So we can recruit him here. We don't want this to be positive. So it's perfectly just to move this one to get the favored income building. Get more income and mess up control to get even more income. It'll stabilize due to how the control mechanic works. I made a video about it, not so you can go watch that, so I don't have to answer this question a lot of times, but you know, if I said a word, I like it. But it's close to mixed feelings instead of, you know, being good. It's gonna be 2. Three and 4. Get 10 military buildings here, reduce the global recruitment of the unit by 1 turn. This will make the spearmen 1 turn global. As long as fighting the ogres, it makes sense. Or we can also maybe build locally, but sometimes at 1 turn matters. Five. Capital can have it as well instead of this 6. This is perfect here.
The Herald of Slaanesh. Slaaneshi Herald.
Seven. Eight, 9. That'll be enough. Doesn't matter if we have a couple of extra, as long as we have 10 at least.
Slaaneshi Herald. Home to my sweet secrets.
There's a character moving around this area.
We march in rapture.
It critically failed.
Son of the pleasure god.
They disappear from the map if they critically fail.
Prince's herald. Sensation lures me. Moving with
We're going after Zubar here. Finish them off.
the herald of Slaanesh.
This army currently can't do anything really here.
To my chamber of
If they go into this turret, they just die from attrition. Judging says, I love your streams, Warhammer 3 just as much as your Warhammer 2 streams, to be honest, whether the game itself is good or bad. Thank you, Judging, appreciate it.
They shall fall.
Decisive defeat, Could have went for the Ogre City there first. But if I go into the city, they might capture the city if they siege the city. Better to clear these guys first. Era.
My coronation! I am what every mortal and demon fears. I am the shadow. I am doom. Fear me. Feel the power. Shadow magic. Legend domain.
Here's my coffee. I can see the shit archers still build up a lot of damage. Not supposed to be taking it. Range is just really overpowered in these games. No real balance and ever. He's one of the worst archers in the game. And he's max resistance. If I was moving, I would have taken down an early end damage. Run, peasants! Run for your lives!
Magic! I seek.
What we really need is a Morse engine effect. Some damage over time around Bellicor. This is an item even exists. But considering, you know, this, you know, state of things, I doubt they, you know, added something like this. That is just some lot of shitty rare items to this faction and other factions. Kislev has one, but I think it's only for Kislev. Would be amazing for Bellicor. If unit is unbreakable, anything related to leadership doesn't work. So if there's a condition that applies to leadership, doesn't work. Like frenzy or flying.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Edibex. Yoo-hoo. It's not like the fourth time we defeated Valmer. Bellicor is using one of the corn weapons, and this makes him unbreakable. And even if we didn't have this weapon, we could have just been mixing flying and not flying, and it wouldn't do anything, considering Bellicor has over 90 leadership. So it doesn't do anything. It will only apply if we actually stayed in the air. You know, to cast Pendulum 10 times. Would matter, I mean.
Mercy is the vilest sin.
Bellicor.
Interesting how we're getting a decisive defeat and close defeat. Meanwhile, I go against Catherine, full army of high armor boyars and some other shit, get a Pyrrhic victory. Game, why wasting my time? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Spearmen and archers, I get a fucking demon prince. Are you sure you can give more engine order to a flying unit? Well, that doesn't have to be in radius Sugubos. It can be active only while in melee. Like they did attach a lot of these units. Abilities. Most of these abilities only work when target is in melee.
Yes!
It should be an item. Every faction has an item like this available.
Could not defeat me. What chance have you?
There's no such thing as balance with this guy. Trying to balance things that limit stuff, just get the fuck out of here. These are not real armies we are facing here. This is a fucking waste of time here. If they had an army full of halberdiers and crossmen, I could see them giving us shit result. But it's fucking spearmen and archers, man. Spearmen and archers. Also, Sugubos, the Mortis engine aura only works in melee. They've balanced that. So those cheesers, don't put it below the wall and go AFK. You know, it's funny how we never really had one thought ever, not even one thought ever to deploy Mortis engine like this and clear the enemy like this. So hard, break a door, can a couple units inside and fight the enemy properly. Because these people, can never need nice things.
Mercy is the violence.
Why would I need a proper army with Belakor? He's the army.
Belacor. March. Move now. Skill acquired.
How did you manage to get Belakor Slaanesh? It's the reward for final battle.
The herald of Slaanesh.
Belakor is going in the general direction of Aldorf.
My den of sins.
There are a couple of Mortis engines that don't require melee. But I'm saying
The first
items, there should be an item available, even if it's a very rare one, that would allow Slaanesh. This is like, oh my god, it's so fucking lazy and inspiring that they did the items for most of these factions. Fucking hell, 6 years later I'm still have to use Iron Crest icon on China item still because there's nothing better. Scroll shielding, like what the fuck, man? Give me some rare good items here. What the shit, man? Something that works, for these strategies. Like, no. As fucking as boring as shit that's weird play, 10% worth a rare item. And when Armor of Destiny existed for years. Trickster Helm as well. Essence of laziness this company has been on some of these categories. As really, it just stinks of laziness. And no inspiration at all.
Herald of Slaanesh.
There should be some really rare general items in the game, and it's like they just make a lot of shit. And what's worse, they log these items behind factions, which makes it even worse. So you get a limited pool of items, and those items are just arbitrary design, which is just a bunch of shit, and you can't even have any fun with this shit. And it's all random as well. You can't even pick it. Meanwhile, they give those crafting items to the beastmen. Load of shit.
On cloven foot. Seeking sweet.
They should have been really adding items, new banners, changes, buffs, every single update to the game. All the big updates should have their own thing. There should be a black market for items where you sell and buy items, which refreshes nearly every turn. But no, we can't have the nice things here. They gotta decide what how we play the game.
Oh, yes.
Random, in my strategy game.
Pleasure with
Traits and items, no quality of life.
unspeakable depravity awaits.
Oh, the noble skill 93, guys. But even in legend difficult, this is dog shit compared to regular marauders.
Rip all hope from them. Depravity reigns. March! The frisson of movement.
snowflake is special.
I'm getting a new army here.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
Only one I listen to is me.
Grant ex.
Hey, Jan. There are two camps in Erengrad. It's from the time when the Erengrad was under siege for I don't know, 20 turns. The change to auto-resolve showing things was good, but the quality of life should be expanded. Expanded to the estimation of casualties per unit, guarantee the outcome that is displayed, and even maybe a very low casualty option as well. And of course, faction should actually have access to some faction replenishment, so the whole shit is more convenient.
The pangs of suffering.
When factions have no replenishment and the auto-resolve is this shit, it makes it tedious.
Torture is rapture.
Like, Kislev has replenishment, so most of the auto-resolve, even with this extremely punishing system they created, the worst one yet, is still manageable. So, some replenishment or actual replenishment, proper replenishment buffs makes their shit system, you know, fine.
Captivating and horrifying.
I don't mind some tedium, especially if it's beneficial, but tedium to just ignore, you know, some arbitrary punishments is just, you know, broken design.
Guts out, boys! For the tribe! Marauders! Driven by pain.
Filming voice is excellent against the ogres.
The right of pleasure! Agony and ecstasy. Sweetest suffering.
On the hunt!
This game has pretty straightforward achievements. The same lazy ones have been over the years.
The purple.
They actually gotten easier over time. You don't even have to win a campaign in multiplayer or do any proper multiplayer or do anything really hard in campaign. You don't even have to win on legendary, you can do it on very hard or legendary.
The beguiled.
So anybody can do achievements in this game.
Darkest winds blow.
Marauders of Slaanesh! Willing slaves!
Beacon of depravity.
Another single achievement regarding to auto-resolve in this game. It was in previous games though. Like I win a campaign with auto-resolve, for example. But that was fitting for Rome, for example, maybe even Attila, because the auto-resolve there was kind of broken, especially in Rome.
None can resist me.
That's an oversight, Judge Yankee. No faction should have no general replenishment. They just forgot. Once again, guys, everything's on phone. Here, boys, sorry for the wait. Doesn't look like so safe here, going like this.
Bringing suffering.
This ogre's at least close to general, so they're not gonna fight to the death almost.
Sensation!
Just kinda stuck in a bad spot here.
Sent by Slaanesh. A journey to pleasure. The herald goes. A
You guys are dying to soul siphon.
Spreading temptation.
Hungry! The eternal hunters! To the next killing time! Meal time! Guided by hunger.
I'm gonna use Tyrant's own Ogre Bulls to defeat him.
Avatar of torment.
He's a very good ability against Ogres. When cast, this spell enfeebles enemy minds, they feel like a crushing weight of reality bearing down upon them.
Of course. A tempting destination. This dance is not yet over.
English, good morning. So who are you looking forward to the most returning in the Immortal Emperor's mob match? Like, a lot of stuff. It's like the more exciting about Immortal Empires playing all the factions than anything new that got added to the Warhammer 3, really. So the real game hasn't even come out yet. So we don't actually get the money if he's routed in here, because it's not automatically destroyed like a regular settlement. It's kind of like a horde. You can see we didn't get any favor here because this guy survived, but he's dead because how it works.
Break them. Body and soul.
Enter then. Are you after a drink, a fist fight, or both?
The Herald of Slaanesh.
This one is a strong shadow, just a garrison lord. If it was a real army, we would have picked the Slaanesh. Interesting, there's an enchanted tome that grants a use of arcane item stuff. It's definitely unique. There it goes.
Who will slake this herald's thirst? The Herald of Slaanesh. March! Sensation lures me. Most privileged of Slaanesh. The Herald of Slaanesh.
Can't leave this place right now. We need more corruption. At least less corruption for the enemy.
I yearn to go.
I'm not sure the rifts will be opening around this place. We know where most of the rifts are really, but it's not guaranteed where they open every time, so we might have missed a couple of locations to learn their positions.
To my chamber of pain.
And it shall be.
We almost have 2/3 of the world. There's a couple of minor factions. Ice Core living in the mountains. Sylvania. There's Krag. I mean, Sylvania is a minor faction. There is Ice Core living in the mountains. Krag here in the Empire Buffet. We got 2 vassals we're gonna keep, and there is Kairos as a vassal. 2 Norscan Adveorix factions of vassals, and Grand Cate. The things are moving, just there's so much things to every turn, it's taking a long time.
Come! Come!
Come! This we should get a looter spot here.
All will die in rapture.
It's Zubar. It's one region. It's made massive and weird name for some reason. Blackwater. I'm very confused by this. It's only one region, by the way. Karakraziak. This is Zubar. I bet Zubar and this is Zubar. This is Zubar. This is Oakenhammer. This is Karakraziak is part of Big Pass. Nearly 120k income.
Fine master.
I don't know why the cults are disappearing from those 2 cities. It looks like those 2 cities refresh every time for some reason. Something weird. They're not even trying to wait here, they immediately attack, maybe because the army's after them. Now we can get the fresh arms, I just want to get the achievement first. If I used all my money to recruit armies, we'd have already had the whole map. We would not have the fights with some of the armies we wanted, but it would have been done. Maybe not, because it will require more hours per turn. There's a 60k gold achievement per turn. More army is always better. Money is power. I mean, power, you do whatever you want. You can still play if you have the whole map, yeah. There's always things going on. Even if you get RTX 390 with enough power, this game will still lag on campaign map. They seem like they have enough to take this settlement here if they attack right. Those cell grinders are a problem. Especially they try to lob projectiles into us. There's a direct shot here, huh? There's Sitting Doom.
Seekers!
Not just think about it like this. You have more armies, you do more things per turn, equals more hours. You have less armies, you do more turns, equals same hours. You just do the campaign in less turns if you get more armies. And you do play with the armies that, you know, you have not been playing this far. You're gonna be spreading the battles between more armies. And I really want to fight with some of the armies we have, not with more clone armies. You also have to build up things, yeah. There's no turn restriction or anything. Oh, we already had enough income English cake, but it, just spending all the armies for the achievement, that doesn't really sit very well with me. I put effort and love in this campaign. At least somebody does.
Marauders! Spears! Marauders of Slaanesh! Pain and despair! Eternal hunters!
My pleasure. Demonettes! Bringers of joyous degradation.
Marauders!
This is where we're gonna fight him because it's a good 3 towers here. fact they spread their army around makes them weaker. And it's not always a viable strategy. But yeah, it does it anyways.
Souls for Slaanesh! Whips! The Eternal Hunters! Marauders! The pact requires it. Driven by fate.
I seek. Who can I?
Might have enough on this side. Probably send somebody else, something else here. Spearmen should be just enough against those spawns.
We must.
The Prince of Chaos rises.
The debauched ones!
I forget about the harpies.
Surging on.
Bend to our will!
I can summon 10 harpies.
Dance of pain.
Marauders! Guided by hunger.
Decadent seekers. Pain is a gift. Endless suffering. The darkest desire. Demonettes. Supple servants of Slaanesh. This will be exquisite.
Marauders of Slaanesh! Pain and despair! Willing slaves! Marauders! Seeking Slaanesh's embrace.
Paramour of Slaanesh.
How is this guy not getting killed?
Extravagant despair. Delicious.
Yeah, a little bit better.
Riders! On the hunt! Endless craving! Guided by hunger! Marauders! Whips!
Sin and depravity.
Those Summon Furies are pretty good.
Slaanesh Dolores. Sorcerer's lash.
The pangs of suffering!
Seekers of Slaanesh. When life is
Drinking pain! Marauders of Slaanesh! On the hunt! Hunt them down! Hell's Riders!
deliver unto Slaanesh. Delighted to come to me.
Endless craving! Hunt them down!
Yes. Inflict exquisite suffering. Hear the discordant choir.
I'm getting blocked to attack there.
Death through sensation!
Consume them!
Seekers!
Souls for Slaanesh!
Finding fresh souls.
No! Blasphemous near victory!
No. Seekers of Slaanesh!
Marauders of Slaanesh! To the next victory! We yearn to bring us souls! Hunt them down! Finding fresh souls!
Sin and depravity! Bloody times! Surging on! The dance of pain! Bringers of joy!
Look, my chair taking more damage shouting that unit than we did with Reed when we hit it.
The pangs of suffering.
But it's still a little bit of soul grinder.
Pain is a gift! Demonette
What
of Slaanesh! Seekers! We go!
Driven by pain!
From Libus.
The aesthetics are lethal.
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace! Marauders! Guided by hunger, on the hunt!
Decadent seekers!
Ravage them.
Seekers of Slaanesh! How delightful! Torture's sweet kiss!
I'm so irritated and frustrated. These blades are passing through the enemy doing nothing.
Sensuous diversions.
Fucking lying piece of shit.
Most certainly.
On to pleasure.
And when they say static is little, triggers me to no end.
Marauders of Slaanesh! Bring us souls!
The aesthetics are lethal. The darkest desires. I can't stop. Inflict exquisite suffering.
To the next victory! We hunt! Pain and despair!
Sensuous diversions.
Finding fresh souls! Marauders! Slay them! Driven
my pain! Come! Come! Souls for Slaanesh! Host Riders of Slaanesh! We flee!
Slaanesh is allures.
Demonettes!
This thing is getting killed by a unit of spearmen. I would say even sometimes half its attacks do no damage because of its size.
We hunt!
One less army of Legion of Chaos, one less chance to get plague.
Flay their souls.
What the hell is that move? Why does he not take Marienburg from those rebels? Looks like they waste like 3 turns there moving around without Marienburg.
Your desires no longer captivate me. Your needs stillborn and irrelevant. Do you wish to join my young? If you displease me further, you will.
I was wondering how long would it have been taken for us for them to declare war on us. We've been struggling against the vampire the whole campaign. We're coming for them anyways. They do have Zubar, so they might have some troops.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Those guys respawned and they got 2 armies more here. So I managed to destroy 2 of them.
A crude attempt to subjugate.
I obey only the great.
And 162. Still no rifts. Maybe they don't open again.
Only what I listen to is me.
And the car is no longer plague. Nice.
To bore me.
Name it, and it shall be done. Assassinate.
Belacor.
The herald of Slaanesh. I desire new pleasures.
Well, still around. They have an army moving around, but it's been constantly taking attrition because they lost the forest. I don't know, Patros. I'm just, expecting, everything here. It's been now over 25 turns. Maybe they don't really open anymore. This one good thing.
The first demon prince.
Once you do the Fortress Soul battles, it's logically that they stop opening, right? Once the remaining ones close, it's it. But yeah. Corruption here.
The first.
Belkar alone will probably be able to kill half of these ogres' towns. The ones that are problematic is when they have an army in the city on top of the garrison. Diplomacy's list is looking nice now that there are a few factions left. I don't like to see just that whole mess of 20 factions on the war list just because campaign says so.
God Slayer! All of the insufferable dark gods spurned me. It is the changer that shall burn the longest. Into shadow. Come then. Shade wings. I am all go. Swiftly.
It depends on the leadership if you're not unbreakable. You start to lose leadership and it builds up over time. But he's unbreakable, so we don't have to land.
This serves. Feel the power. Legend of me. Shadow magic.
Is it me or the game is gotten loud in the last few days? What do you guys say? Compared to my voice, how loud is the game?
Spell casted.
Louder melee close-ups?
I am Olgo. Feel the power. Belacor. Legerdemain. Spell casted.
Nice to get a bit of shades.
I am Olgo. Feel the power.
Sure, in which case we'll showcase Belacor after. Hey Kong. It would be nice if we had some kind of damage in the area. Soul Stealer, Final Transmutation, or any of the damage effects like Soul Siphon. You would think that there would an item existed, the Grand Soul Siphon to a Slaanesh faction. At least they're fighting and not fleeing. Last time we attacked an Ogre Settlement with the Belacor, it was a small one this, and they were just fleeing from him. Nobody wanted to fight. Miasma wants to be against the preferably enemies that have like 30 or more combatants. It's okay against ogres as well, you just get some damage going. The splash attacks will deliver more kills and need less attack animations to destroy the enemy.
Get them. Shadow magic!
I did a jibber jabber the other day, Judge Janky. Did you miss it? I don't want to do faction jibber jabbers until we get more Lampars.
We'll kick you out, mate. Belacor. The 4 token.
So Belacor.
Still acquired.
He has very impressive stats on the base as well. The fact he's flying and has the stats is pretty good. He has some armor, has very high leadership, he's fast, has very high attack, has very good defense, very good base damage. And then, on top of that, it starts with 25 missile resistance, the additional 20 from Ironcrest Icon and the Supplant Spry. He's a demon, so he gets 20 physical resistance. And we got Talisman of Preservation and Armor of Destiny for 27% ward save. Also additional 5 physical resist. We're using Skull of Shielding because we don't have any better arcane items that suits him. And the weapon is the Stars Kraken Killer, which grants the ability to heal. It's a very strong heal, so he will always enjoy his full HP, which is currently over 12,000 plus 75% of that. He got abilities called Shadow Shroud, which is a big ward save ability. We use it when we are expecting damage. Dark Master, which is a big debuff for the attack, so he doesn't get hit. He's Lord of Shadows, which is probably the strongest lord right now in the game. And we got usual Terror, Perfect Vigor, Unbreakable from the Sword, and he also has another ability called Blade of Shadow. As he builds up kills, racks up kills, he gets additional up to 40 attack and additional 100% armor piercing weapon damage, which is a massive buff for damage. Massive. It doesn't have a main trait because they forgot. We got some traits going on, the usual stuff. On the skills, we just unlocked the campaign skills first. Less attrition, a little bit more ambush. But 4 unlocked here for the Rounded Fear because I didn't plan for an army for him. I wanted to make him one demon army. So just delay the reinforcements and get a little bit of upgrade reduction to unlock Rounded Fear. The Rounded Fear is the best skill in the game. His unique skills pretty much will unlock his ability, except this one is bugged. You always start with this one. He has very high replenishment, he can come back faster, he hasn't been wounded yet. And we got the usual skill tree here for Slaanesh from the looks of it. More speed, armor, charge, defense, attack. He needs 3 points for the skills instead of 2. Got damage, health, leadership, and defense. Well, he's the Shadow Lord, so Shadows fits him. We have 2 points in Miasma for lower cooldown, cheaper, so we can kill more entities, make the splash attacks matter more, because the units will be damaged. We use this pretty much on everything, and Pendulum on the mosh pits and the lines. As we get more skill points, we'll also unlock the Pit of Shades eventually. Not as critical, but at this point we'll get it. Miasma, Pendulum, and Shades is the combination of massive damage. But he does massive damage himself, and most things will not damage him. Especially if you apply him right, we can use his toughness to be tougher than any single army. With his set of abilities, Flying, Stats, and the Lord of Shadows, is as strong as any army. You just have to apply him right against depending what you're fighting.
The first damned. The Tempter Lord.
No one tells a child.
They're impervious to attrition from the looks of it.
The Herald of Slaanesh. Grace and cruelty.
It's funny how they're fleeing from Nakari in this general direction.
Bring ruin. March, my children.
Could have also stayed outside to replenish. No big deal.
Divine immortality.
You have to fold this army around.
Most privileged of Slaanesh, I seek stimulation. Who will join my rapturous odyssey?
Hunger for souls.
Might just go towards Erengar as well.
To be honest, I'd rather be raiding, but you have my time. It's done.
Yeah. Thanks for Northern. I'll take it. So, our vassal's giving us 2 more settlements. There's one vassal here. This is the Bjornlings. They've been our vassals since the start of the game. Paying us okay tribute and trade. They're just extra economy. This is an excellent vassal for Seducers and Slaanesh. They're in a very safe spot as well. They're actually more worth as a vassal than their territories, really. So we keep them in Manheim Mountains. This is the second vassal here, Berselink. You guys familiar with them because Kislev. They control the Ductless Forest, we gave them the province. So we'll keep those two like this. Very nice position. If they take any of the territories, we'll just take them from them via diplomacy. You can see both vassals here. We got trade going. Nearly 1500 on both. They're similar size, so the trade will be very similar. The only thing that's gonna differ is long-term partnership is their size. If they're larger, they can get more resources, so the trade goes larger until it bugs. Oh, 1400 trade each, not bad. They pay us tribute of 658 and 574. But not just that, they also deal with our enemies. They mess up with enemies' plans. We get access to their units and armies. For this faction, you want a couple of Norscan vassals. Norscan seem to work the best in this campaign, but depending on what you're gonna go for, you can play with it as well a bit more. Ultimately, it's just gonna be what you prefer. I think Norscan vassals are great. At least for this campaign. Who knows what's gonna be in more empires. Ending on the Norscan vassal, it's a little bit off, especially because you can trade. But vassalizing faction does not mean you have to keep them alive. Like Kairos Fate Viewer, for example.
The Celestial Blacksmith.
Yes. Who calls?
Northern Province is one piece, they're overwhelmed right now.
Chaos reigns. Your life is forfeit. If you accept that, we can make a pact that will see all.
The Wars of Chaos do value their settlements quite a bit, huh?
No! Your life is forfeit. If you accept that, we can make a pact that will see all.
They are also paying us tribute.
At your service.
Okay, this army gonna go destroy Zubar.
Do you take me for
Why they marched into us here?
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Why we? Aha, because we entered the settlement.
Slaanesh wins!
I'd assassinate all these Rift heroes till their factions were destroyed.
Our winds are poorly serviced. Princes.
Sending this army to destroy the dwarves and the Kislev in the mountains. Once all those minor factions around Mumford are gone, we'll destroy Mumford too.
For the ancestors! Gyrocopter!
I am ready. Become as one, a union of bodies.
Attack the Orcs!
Thrill to every wound, delight in every scream. Ascend.
You don't have to respect the right side.
Decadent seekers. The pleasure is all mine. The Dark Princess servant, Slither.
Gyrocopter! Go! Now, man! Move it out! Move now! Will do! Pull out! Adu!
Exalted demonets of Slaanesh! Hear the discordant choir.
Heartseeker.
Okay, destruction is caused. Let's go in.
Yes, yes, I can't stop. Paramour of Slaanesh. Beautiful. Come then. Exalted demonets of Slaanesh. Heartseekers.
For Slaanesh.
Beacon of depravity. Furious sensation. Flow like wine. A flurry of talons.
Can you ask me a question? Yes, you can ask me a question. Will we get an answer? Well, we'll see.
Bringers of joyous degradation. Darkest winds blow!
Of those woven lights!
Who can I blame? Sorceress Lash. Heartseekers of Slaanesh.
What flavor do you think Zinchian demons taste of?
Supple
It's like minted chicken.
flow like
I don't like mint. Don't like tea with mint. Don't like candy with mint. Ruins everything.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh! Maim! Kill!
Why use mint when you can just use a little bit ginger instead? It's like that now. I never understand this. Mint is just inferior and worse ginger.
Kill off this!
Hey, Bloomcools, good morning.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Ooh, this one is armor. Without a chariot, armor still is nice. First sort of strife, why not? And some furies here as well. Arcane items or enchanted items, so talismans available, I mean. Definitely needing talismans. Ancillaries for Slaanesh are pretty bare bones. Factions need more combat followers as well.
Son of the pleasure god, behold my sensuous
The Karkrazik next turn.
artisan of pain. My deepest desire.
This army is Exalted Demonettes, Heartseekers, and the Soul Grinders. Nice little field. Even the siege minor settlements, I mean.
Insights to tempt you.
My new city!
Touch me.
You're taking over the corner here, Forests of the Moon. Imperial Road, that's the corner of the here. More Kate territories.
Slaves.
These are also suitable for us as well.
Slash.
There's a Vault City. We haven't attacked a Vault Catan city before. Cinnamon. Cinnamon is godly scent. I've been on keto diet for 3 months now. Missing some apple strudel with cinnamon. Maybe I switch to low carb soon. Burek, yeah, I miss Burek as well. It's a massive city. When I see environments like this, you know, the first thing that comes to me, you know, growing up on some of the Bethesda games, I would be, you know, exploring it in a open world, you know, first-person game like Elder Scrolls. So much can be done in those games like that for days. Maybe just most of it like exploration, empty environments. Well, the walls are fucked because we have 4 Dooms Knights of Zinch.
Heart seekers of Slaanesh!
As one.
Yeah, just here Elder Scrolls, he did.
Deliver unto Slaanesh!
I just really enjoy the Elder Scrolls open worlds, you know. The Bethesda open worlds are just like, get lost in them for so many hours. I'm tiny metaphorically ask, Elich, why does your community think I'm some sort of emotional terror? Well, maybe because every time you arrive to the channel you open with the same copy pasta question, expecting, you know, different answers and shit.
Praise the dragon! Warriors!
Army of the Dark Gods.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh! The debauched ones!
Slaves to darkness. Sons of chaos. Bringing ruin. Bringing ruin. Spread corruption. Doom Knights. Army of the Dark Gods.
Heart seekers.
The Prince of Pleasures, correct. Doom Knights of Siege. Destroy them! Most exalted.
Repulsive.
What's my favorite Slaanesh unit? Exalt Keeper of Secrets.
Avort and kill! Sensation gives me a strength.
Yeah, the walls, units that fighting large units of the wall are completely fucked. As well the knockback.
Knights of Finch!
Men of the North.
Men of the North!
Yeah, Heartseekers are also very cool. I like Heartseekers. Also one of my favorites.
Eviscerate them! Followers of chaos! Seeking victims for chaos! Doom Knights! Slaves to darkness!
Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Fluid grace.
Doom Knights! They die!
Where the hell this guy didn't move?
Exquisite pain. With pleasure. Divine magics. Fueled by pain.
Dark whispers of glory!
Followers of chaos!
Doom Knights of Sinch.
Hordes of chaos!
Stride on. Rack them with agony.
I didn't click that, look at that.
I'll make them squeal. I concur. Moving. Your secrets spill. I am endowed with power. If I must, flay their minds.
Doom Knights of Finch!
Onward, Northmen.
The Maiden of Ecstasy.
Very good.
This is mine now. Such insights to tempt.
This is going to guarantee corruption in the area now. Don't need this two right now.
Delectable.
Tier 1 is broken and the other one is for a higher tier.
You desire fornication. Such insights to tempt you.
The herald of Slaanesh.
There's not enough corruption here though.
Excess. You come before me as a penitent. This tickles me, and
These guys don't even want to give their settlements, huh?
ready.
What the fuck is this, man? There are vassal and they're ally with Kurgan warband. I wonder shit is wonky and weird. This is not how the game works! You're the master of this faction. They can't start a war, have allies of their own, and your enemies are shared. They all supply with a tribute each turn. Merchant ruined. In vassalize Dreadvow, they can get Kurgan. And get Kurgan, aka broken. It looks like they reset every time, and I've noticed an issue. I lose cults in that place as well. This whole fucking shit is an experiment with all these genetic respawning factions. In one slice dreaded war, they can get Kurgan Warband, aka Broken Warband. Seriously, leaving how many times this faction responds? 10 question mark. As their ally. The vassal can have allies on their, of their own. And it's like, they're not even respecting the game systems. This is like third time we see they're not respecting the game systems. All these generic respawning factions that come out of thin air, the rules of Fog of War and exploration, and now this. They can't even respect their own game systems, man.
You come before me as a penitent. This I am pleased.
If these guys are part of this broken mechanic here, why can we win diplomacy with them? I don't understand. What the hell is the point of dominate?
Bring ruin. Welcome. May so be it.
Eternal scrap.
Northmen come.
My divine master.
Now is chaos.
Name it, and it shall be done.
My will does not bend.
The Herald of Slaanesh. Most privileged of Slaanesh. My den of sins. Taste thy pleasures. Let us saunter. Most privileged of Slaanesh. Enough pleasure. Taste thy pleasures.
4 assassins, all 4 names Scipio.
Inflict death. Feasters of pain.
Can't stay here, we're gonna get the bad shit. This way is no metal corruption.
Moving with grace. March. Seeking sweetest agony.
We clearly got a metal corruption here.
The Herald of Slaanesh. Herald of Slaanesh! Become as one, a union of bodies. Become as one, a cause. will be exquisite. Delighted. The darkest of desires. Yes! Surging on! Exalted demoness of Slaanesh! Sorceress! Slaanesh's burning kiss! A rite of pleasure! Exalted demoness of Slaanesh! Why, yes. Beacon of depravity! Exalted demoness of Slaanesh!
I don't know how they're so blind that they can't make the shadow units take double damage. They can't fix this chasing stuff.
Peel off their skin. The Herald of Slaanesh. Sails below!
Does Teclis cower in the swamp? Such insights to tempt you. Excess.
The new avatar of sensation. March! Sensation lures me. My desires are boundless.
So good. How divine. Come, my children.
No! We beg another chance!
Why there's no war mammoths? How the hell we have available feral mammoth to recruit but not war mammoth? I don't get this. Something strange. I do. These guys also only cost 6 to recruit, and these guys are 9. It's like, what the hell is it? Is there any consistency in this game? The portals are not open. We should send Helmrip to destroy Kairos.
You are summoned. Summon them.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Work with us, and your destinies will be free. Are as one.
He wants to become our vassal again. He says a really weak military for some reason.
Such
You can see the allied units just disappear from the army.
You want me.
Then on this and get Furious 1 turn. That's actually not a bad idea.
This is not the promised success.
One.
Our burning needs are unmet. Our winds are poorly serviced.
Number 2. 3.
Such insights to tempt you.
4.
We desire more.
5.
The herald.
6. 7.
'This is not the promise.
8.
Has the perfect prince forsaken us?
9. Global recruitment fund for the viewers is very important if you're gonna get some flyers. And flyers do okay, and every time we capture city we just restore them if they get destroyed. 10. Yeah. We just need 3 slots open for the looters in case of portals.
Depravity reigns.
Rifts, that is. Somebody can stay here for now.
The frisson of movement. The herald of Slaanesh.
This building has already been constructed in this province. Constructing another may not provide any additional benefits. Not even the devs know about the hidden features. Not even the devs.
This is not the promised access. Behold my sense. To my chamber of pain.
I will butcher any who interfere.
Raise
This one is coming here, so gotta keep in mind that they're gonna be attacked soon.
only absolute supplication will suffice.
You can get speedman only on one turn because they're a tier 1 building, right?
Who will join my rapturous odyssey? Prince's Herald. My den of sins. On cloven foot.
Is the control so high in this one? Monument because of the plague, right? Now that the province is stabilized, you don't need as much growth or replenishment. You can put all those into something else. The climate is good here.
The Herald of Slaanesh. Don't stop. Herald of Slaanesh. Bringer of sensation.
Your life is forfeit. If you accept that,
These guys are really unreasonable, the Wars of Chaos.
Depravity reigns. Divine immortality. Slaaneshi wins.
excess. Slaanesh is young.
We have landed in the other side of the Ogre territories here.
My deepest desire granted.
It's just lack of quality of life, Frosty. the notifications will ask you if you want to, you know, build something or haven't moved an army if you skip that turn after you have done the battle. So it sometimes asks you this lord, that lord, and the third lord. And the third lord you want to do battle, but you skip the previous two. You do the battle, and then it asks you again about the first two lords. Doesn't remember that it asks you this turn after the bell.
Oh my god. Have you
Pleasure.
seen that shit? Holy shit.
Troop toward
Thank you, Wolf.
Euphoria.
Those are garrison armies, the devotee armies. There are so many devotees that we can actually use a lot of them for the garrison area, just in case. We could ultimately turn off garrison lord notification. But then we have to check the list, because sometimes we conquer a settlement and that lord is considered garrison lord.
Most privileged. The Herald of Slaanesh.
We are currently at 142 settlements. If I'm mistaken, in the world there are 225.
Belacor.
This thing does work differently than in previous games.
The first demon prince. Submit to the bearer.
Let's investigate. Yeah, the extra health on Belacor is amazing. We have dropped our other vassals. If we can have trade with them, they're not as good. So we just kept the two Norskans. Good trade, and we got 1200. And they're also, you know, a nuisance for any enemies and things in the area. Keep one in Douglas Forest and one in Vanheim Mountains. So there's a pretty good distance between them as well. With this right now, and the fact that we are going to be fighting elsewhere, we could experiment making somebody else a vassal, especially a faction that doesn't is not part of the Chaos factions. And we'll see what the other factions do about it. But they don't respect the overlords in this game. It's like it's one of the flaws of the vassal system. Man, I've been drinking the same cup of coffee for 3.5 hours. When you guys, you know, thinking about domination campaigns, or world domination in any really sense, this is basically what it is. Lots of moving pieces and a lot of management towards the end. So what happened to... what did they take damage here? I just forget about it, burnt pies. Just forget about it.
A crescendo of pain and pleasure.
Camp nearby.
Such folly.
I have met you in dreams. Now you are here for your...
She's attacked from the old side, she can handle it. I enjoy long campaigns with the factions I like. On a certain old love as well. Wow, those guys just smacked Ungrim. That's another joke, that rogue army.
My divine master.
Lornan is gone. If the Rift factions, and we can actually see the factions we're fighting. This is nice and clean. Very happy about this.
Tomorrow, the mocking wash.
Fire and...
It shall be.
So?
Is at 16% cost now. Roche. It's for vision. Ockenhammer. Terracotta Graveyard. You can see nearly all of Cathay now.
So good.
Look at this movement, 170. It's incredible.
The herald of Slaanesh.
Yoo-hoo!
Fates merge.
Afflictions upon them.
Oh, this is actually the wrong hero.
Your place in
Thought it was I was a cultist.
Taste our pleasure.
So it looks like rifts are not going to open again. It's been quite some time now. Very good.
Very well.
Name it, and it shall
Mother
be
them.
done.
Slaaneshi herald.
It's a massive region. They can't even maintain it properly. The fact the ogres don't have Marienburg, they're needing like 3 turns to move around here.
My divine master. Go with disgrace.
Name it, and it shall be done. Execute it.
None may direct my recipes.
Lord of Shadows. Time.
Okay, give me some time. I'm gonna get something to drink. Ooh, like 5 minutes. Get here, boys. So Bellicor did get the bloody, the first one. It's gonna call bloody, call something else now. And it looks like you get it differently now when units actually get destroyed. I'm not sure what's the actual trigger though. What you wondering about Ada? What about PC? The PC list is below the stream and the new PC command is still here. The new PC goal is still open. All the donations go towards it towards the end of the April.
Bellicor!
Endless craving, driven by pain.
I am all go! Move! Get them! Fear me! Legend of me!
In Warhammer 3, the larger units are stronger on the walls due to knockbacks. Unintentional stuff, right?
I seek. At once!
These towers are high-end. Why do they get high-end towers on a minor settlement?
Feel the power! Bellicor! I am eternal!
I was never in Warhammer 2.
You will run! Very well. Spell casting! Break them! Rend!
Yeah, I don't like how fast they abandon the walls. It doesn't look like it's intentional. It just looks like it really looks really bad, and it looks like that indecisive AI they created. Which really hope they fix this shit over time. They created a fucking Peppy Meldon AI with in the siege rework.
Yes! Shadow magic! Fear me! Ledger domain!
Pain and despair!
Bellacorn!
Marauders!
Bellacorn!
I think we might be able to switch to that different weapon, the one that is heavy damage around. When we get a lot of Torment activated, he just gets the health back, but it doesn't always work against all the factions.
We flee! Marauders of Slaanesh!
Come then. You will run!
We are Sigma's heirs! They are Sigma's foes! Oryx teeth! Retreat!
Oh, this is not a great demon, this is a demon prince.
Yes!
They can be even more powerful than great demons. But the great demon is supposed to be higher in the hierarchy of demons.
Break them!
The safety!
Fear me! Swiftly!
I think the demon princes are as powerful as their gods make them powerful, right?
No!
But they can be very powerful.
You will run! This serves!
So in a way, demon prince is higher than a greater demon.
Brace yourselves!
Break them! I am all go!
I think I'm gonna give him the other sword that does the heavy damage. We'll see how the hell goes with that one.
Get them!
I like this one that gives me health on demand.
Bring us souls! It brings souls!
I seek. Fear me!
I cannot abide this!
Bellacorn! Feel the power!
It'll work better with the other ability as well.
I fly! Scar them! Shadow Lord! Shadow magic! Ledger domain! I am all gold! Spell casting! once!
Marauders!
Come then.
I'll give him the Flock of Doom sword.
Belacon!
We'll see how it goes with that one.
Call me Dark Master. Shadow magic. Harbinger.
To safety!
Now! Break them! Legend of me! God Slayer! Spell casting! Hear me! I am Orgo! Shadow magic! Shape wings! Scar them! Belacon! First damned! Yes! Rend!
The other sword ability we have on the Duchess, it has big radius damage, like a double miasma. I think it'll get better with Belacor than the this one. This one is massive heals, and if the Lord Torment is active, he doesn't need healing. This is just reliable healing though, which could be okay in some bells.
Legend of me! Spell casting! I am Orgo! Shadow magic! This serves! Swiftly! I seek. Move! Charge! Into shadow!
Kinda crazy how fast this guy's recovered. Didn't get to feel the fascination.
You will run! Legend of me! Yes! through shadow. Get them. Move.
It looks like Fascination doesn't get me the sense seduction points.
Spell casted. Bellacorn.
You can see the healing cap once you get close to it. It will appear here. They removed that button otherwise. It looks cleaner, but you don't have the information to see what this originally is. When you get close to it, it will show. They do no damage to Be'lakor. They don't even want to fight, as you can see. It's like... It's, I guess you might call it broken. It's not the Be'lakor is broken, it's the air is broken. I think Be'lakor is just right.
Feel the power. I fly. Swiftly. Shade wings. Shadow magic.
They're fleeing and Miasma is killing them. We get Sensual Seductions for Fascination.
Now.
They have to be on quite a low health for Miasma to kill them. Miasma is doing damage first.
Rend.
They'll need to do more about these demons and greater demons to cause more leadership damage. Like this is this is silly. As this is not even legendary. This is just the game design. Demon Princess and Great Demon should be way scarier. Way more leadership penalties. If they are close to them in their radius, you know. Like you know, like they're for example. If we get any radius thing here, not just around them, you know.
Come then.
We must defend our homes!
Yes.
We only have fear, which is 8 leadership. It's nothing. Demons should cause way more fear. It's much stronger fear and terror. Could be on a skill or a technology. But no, we have just sync copy pasta between all these factions. Like the regular demons should have stronger version of fear than the undead, and the greater demons and demon princes should have even stronger version of this thing. And both undead and these demons should be able to upgrade this fear throughout the campaign and via skills and technologies.
Yes. I am all go.
Ulrich!
I might add a couple more orders to the army trying to trigger the bloody trait. I'm not sure how it triggers in Warhammer 3 still. I think the unit has to actually be destroyed for it to trigger. It's no longer Pyrrhic victories. It could be a Pyrrhic victory and the unit is destroyed.
Torture us into submission.
Oh, we got blood soaked. So it works still like before. It doesn't require Pyrrhic victory, it just requires high casualties. That's a good change.
Belagor.
And since Belagor is only just one guy, you're all gonna have high casualties. Just an average guy with a blade.
New abilities. The first Demon Prince. The first Damned. The first.
The Herald of...
Medium casualties, fucking hell, man! And guys, don't get confused. Medium casualties can mean 2/3 of the army dead. That's according to the Creative Assembly what medium means. 2/3 of the army can get killed, which is basically, you know, high casualties. So we get Belacor and the campaign is already won. Yeah, you need to achieve Fortress Souls victory to unlock Belacor. So unless you're playing a long campaign, he's useless. You cannot start a campaign with him. He doesn't lead any factions. Hopefully we see him in Mortal Empress at least.
Now is our time. Endless craving, driven by pain.
Flow wide. I go.
This is an actual army. There's a bunch of infantry right now. I like battlefields like this.
Herald moving.
Every time I see this name, I read a bulge instead of Julge.
What?
You give feels weird, man, me? You would see things when you play Slaanesh for 150 hours as well.
Do my next. Captivating and horrifying. The Purple Herald, a rite of
Chaos Marauders!
A tempting destination. Yes! Yes!
Kill them all!
A captivating fun. Move with grace. Decadence and subjugation! Purest sensation! Bring us of joyous degradation!
Yes!
Searching on!
On the hunt!
Vermin!
Sweetest suffering! Avatar of torment! Slaanesh's burning kiss!
Get them!
An intriguing thing.
Demoness!
What the fuck are these two bitches doing on the chariot if they're not attacking? Aesthetics are lethal.
Supple servants of Slaanesh!
To the next victory!
Demoness! An intriguing sin! Darkest winds blow!
Dark bark! Kill! Kill!
Flames!
Maybe they thought that those two were attacked, but they have no attack range.
Chaos Marauders!
It's Ark and shit all over again.
Herald of Slaanesh! Lacerate them! Delicious!
Mortal fool!
Demoness!
Maim! Kill!
I like this says a 23-second duration.
The debauched ones!
The Ogre army is coming from the west. We should get a little more spearmen here if we can.
Peel off their skin. The Herald of Slaanesh. Divine immortality.
It's because of the Zinch corruption.
Slaaneshi Herald. Only absolute supplication will suffice. Can they still please me?
Grant us another chance!
They will never know the safe word. What will bring them the most suffering?
We're dealing with ogres, so get spearmen.
Such wondrous suffering this will bring. Who will join my rapturous odyssey? The Herald
This one can summon an army as well.
Slaanesh. Who will slake this herald's thirst?
Name it, and it shall be done.
I will butcher any who interfere. None may direct my recipes.
Stonehorn with a harpoon launcher, huh? Get some resistance here. Let's get their lead belchers. Those things shred. Just going to complete the troll country and go further south. Now we have to go into the Empire on this side. We got all Kislev area, we got all Norska. Got most of the Chaos Wastes. We're gonna start a war with those Swords of Chaos and Zinch in 10 turns or so. Been liking fighting these ogres and the Kate with this campaign. I feel like if we were just going for the Forest Souls victory, we wouldn't need to even fight much of the ogres or the Kate at all. Some interactions between the Slaanesh and ogres and Kate. There's a lot of times, you know, when you just play a short campaign or a regular campaign, or even a finished campaign, you don't even see or fight the other factions. Just get a very glimpse of the like stuff around you. Not sure how powerful that Stonehorn is. We are in not a very good health here because of the plague, but it's getting better now. These things actually have stock. Kind of pseudo night goblins.
Me!
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
We can hide some of these troops, and some of them are damaged as well.
Join my troop. I shall dance. Tribe on the move. Thundering fall.
When do we eat? Sin and depravity!
Charge!
Forgot to switch a sword.
Rampage this way! Attack! Wind supper!
Sensuous diversions!
Reckon so!
Yeah, start shooting pretty fast. This is a pretty good unit. Looks like they're this guy is shooting them.
Leg belchers!
Let's try to go kill that thing.
Yeah!
The aesthetics are lethal. Agonizing death! Pain is a gift!
Tasmagoria!
Heart seekers! Sweet
Let's probably disengage here the two Stonehorns now.
Make them scream! A dance of pain!
Leg belchers! Off we go!
Worship Jornal!
They already got stuck here, huh? Those guys don't even seem to want to fight, they're just trying to disengage as well.
A desire granted. Heart seekers of Slaanesh.
Soul drinker.
The aesthetics are lethal.
Off we go! Rampage this way! Here we go!
Demonette of Slaanesh.
They're just ogre bulls.
Surging on.
Give me attack buff.
Glorious! When do we eat?
Delightful. Suffer. Dance upon their corpses. Their warms are accepted.
Let's give attack order, there's no damage here.
Attack.
Fucking bug, man.
Exquisite supper. Take it all.
Leg belchers! Go! Slash!
Moving. Decadent seekers.
The Soul Grind doing very well, they're very buffed. 76 attack with 25 anti-infantry, and we're getting Blissful Rapture as well.
Feast!
Purple wind.
Make them scream!
This will be exquisite.
Phantasmagoria!
Rack them with agony! Kai! Serve the ogres!
The Soul Grind is getting heavily damaged here.
Your desires are mine!
Make them scream.
I have hard mass and I can't get through. Ah, kill it, fuck if I care.
Touch the curry!
Spread decadence and depravity.
No one faster!
Who can I play with?
Why can't we push that fire barrel? Seems to be also have such consistent attacks for some reason.
Yes!
Like we have a credible mass on these units, but they just get stuck and just get killed. There's room to move as well. It's like those ogres have some kind of fucking invisible walls around them that you can't get through. I'm not talking about their bodies, I'm talking about just like... It's like just another layer around them of invisible force. I had too many Songras this army anyways. This is that they got killed because the plague, not because the ogres, it's because the plague. Plague is OP, not the ogres.
The Tempter Lord!
least these rogue armies don't have the balls deep.
Drink him. Hunger for souls.
Yeah. There's basically much this area here and this area here, and we have all the Empire too.
Agreed. I'm the one in charge round here. You may bow.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
There's two rogue armies that actually work. Why do the Chaos rogue armies work and the Order armies are bugged? Pissing me off. Bad enough Kizel is already in deep shit, they have rogue armies spawning with tier 5 units on top of them. Meanwhile the Order armies are just glitched.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
Insights to tempt you.
I am irresistible. This I know.
I don't have a peace with Zhao Ming, but it's not going to last.
My divine master.
This is, I think, the last cult in Grand Cathay. Oh no, there's two more.
Name it, and it shall be done.
There's something broken in this area here. I'm trying to get the bottom of it.
My divine master.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Delectable.
There's a companion objective, yeah, there's a domination victory. You need to destroy all the major factions and get 50 provinces. It's extreme. This existed in Out of Works as well, domination victory. It was extreme as well.
Decadent seekers.
Shame we lost all those flyers.
Hard seekers of Slaanesh. Slaanesh Zalores.
Jade warriors!
Demoness! The debauched ones! Heart seekers!
As one troop,
I am ready!
I am irresistible.
Sin and depravity! Marching as one!
Seeking Cutter's foes!
God damn, they got 3 shooters here. They're all moving from the walls, look at that. Could have shot two more times. You switch this weapon to Belacor.
Demonettes of Slaanesh!
Warships from Null! Oh yes!
Move with grace!
Bend to our will!
Exalted Demonettes of Slaanesh! Heartseeker! An intriguing sin! Flames!
Exalted secrets.
Heartseekers of Slaanesh!
A dance of pain! Stone and steel!
What in the... Okay, we got first get bug, boys. Send them to attack the doors, and they are on the other side of the door.
Warriors!
Get bugs still exist.
Most exalted. Summon the lash.
Exalted Demonettes of Slaanesh! Flow like wine! Heartseekers of Slaanesh!
Indirectly. Closer. Closer. Have fought and killed. Fueled by pain. I am irresistible.
Daggers and seekers!
The reluctance of the air defending walls is looks like near broken. How fast they bend the walls makes no sense.
Diversion!
The Dark Prince's servant!
By magics. Sensation gives me strength. If I must. Exalted keeper of secrets, the Prince of Pleasure's caress.
Sorceress lash!
Slither!
On to pleasure!
Supple servants of Slaanesh!
Warriors! Defend the realm! Wind and fire! Seeking sin! Most certain! A dance of pain! Exalted Demonettes of Slaanesh! Faster! Quicker!
So it doesn't matter how fast you get on the other side, it's about depleting all the vigor by using the ladder.
Divine slaughter!
Friend!
Warriors!
Never conquered.
Move in formation!
Celestial fury!
Sinyang sends us.
A true thrill. Pain is a gift. Onward then.
This pleases Slaanesh.
A true thrill. Sin and depravity.
Thoughts in harmony. The dragons ask. With pride.
There. Yes. Yes.
Your secrets spill. Locomotion!
Heart seekers. There. Yes. Yes.
All for the prince.
Absolute obedience. Flow like wine. Surging on.
A dance of pain.
Jade Warriors!
Defenders of Cafe!
The Captain K. These two are actually were very close to each other. The Heart Seekers running around the city just causing so much carnage. Got a basic battle skill that gives them a lot of damage. Clan Speedle is here.
A new pleasure hall. Such insight.
Actually, not a capital, it's a minor settlement. This is the capital. This is actually a different province.
Slaves to darkness.
This is actually also a mountain.
Embrace the lust.
Yeah, I'll give the Bane Spear to Belacor. That's a mega damage ability. But heal on demand is seems like a little bit overkill, considering he has the heal already. We'll see how it goes. It's nice to have a heal on demand as a one-man army. But this one will make things, will make it giving in more damage. It fits with Slaanesh abilities and a lot of shadows. It has double damage miasma in a radius. It's kind of like a super Flock of Doom.
Most privileged of Slaanesh. Privileged of Slaanesh.
Need to replenish this one. Out of Nuggle Corruption.
How my skin tingles.
Guess this place makes sense. We're here.
Artisan of pain. maiden of dark delight.
We're here. It's increasing.
I will dominate. March to my chamber of pain. Divine immortality.
We'll be here for 2 turns. And then go around back.
None but Slaanesh. Most privileged of Slaanesh.
What's the commandment here, huh?
Prince's Herald. A malignancy pervades. Most privileged of Slaanesh. Slaanesh's desire.
We're clearing the dwarves here. Blackwater and Peak Pass. Kislev is living in Blackwater as well. Then the Mumford will be next. Somehow Kislev has gotten a pro region in the mountains down there. I cannot even explain how that happened. Possibly they were on the way to the players' territories in the blasted lands, whatever they call it, wastelands, and they've seen a ruin and they're taking it. So this is a greenskin settlement.
None can resist me.
Exalted demon!
Avatar of Torn.
The serpent strikes!
Demonettes!
Beacon of depravity. Heart seekers. Pain is a gift. Heart seekers of Slaanesh. There, yes, yes.
The aesthetics are lethal.
Darkest winds blow. Slaanesh's burning pierce. A rite of pleasure.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
Behold magnificence!
The Prince of Chaos rises.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh. A perverse imp.
Sin and depravity!
Demonette of Slaanesh. Seeking sin. In pleasure's name, decadence and subjugation! Bring
Some of these areas are so scuffed that you can't even draw a unit to deploy it. Works with the infantry though.
Slaanesh cultist! I am ready. Hear the discordant choir. I seek.
What do you think about War Material lost the majority of the players since the release day? Well, I know. It affects me personally. When I think about it, well, it's no surprise they released an early access game. And they can't even release a proper patch until they fix some other things. So people are just gonna go play other stuff. At the same time, a great game has been released, so at least people have something else to play.
Most privileged of Slaanesh, courtesan of the pleasure god.
Okay, corruption is spreading, but until we take Arcaden, it's not going to really spread. There's a large dwarf settlement, gonna be a big siege, I guess. What's gonna be released? The Elden Ring.
Divine immortality. Who will join my rapturous odyssey? Herald of Slaanesh. Taste thy pleasure. Privileged of Slaanesh, artisan of pain.
I will hunt you down.
Bring it on.
Depravity reigns.
None may direct my recipes.
At least when you confederate, when you claim a settlement, you get a full garrison next turn.
My den of sins.
Only the great Maw. I will butcher any who interfere.
That's a lot of shit.
The Herald of Slaanesh. Delights without boundaries.
None may direct my recipes.
Most privileged of Slaanesh. Depravity reigns.
I don't think we can handle two of these armies.
Prince's Herald. Slaaneshi Herald.
They also have replenished because of the camp, so it makes it worse.
Divine immortality. The Herald of Slaanesh. Delectable bloodshed. Temptation call.
Oh, we get all the military here and hope for the best.
Slaaneshi Herald.
And you can move units from Disciple Arms, even between other Disciple Arms, which would be nice if you actually can.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
The temp.
Send the car after this army.
the herald of Slaanesh. Spreading seduction. Taste our pleasure.
Doesn't look like Rift's gonna be opening again.
The herald of Slaanesh. Most privileged of Slaanesh. The herald of Slaanesh. Tender hand. I bring euphoric death.
Put us under siege. You they send help, they send help.
Grant
It's interesting we can keep the siege while channeling.
torture.
Fine master. Moving, my prince.
Taste our pleasures. Come to me. Seeking.
Hunting the Rift agents so they disappear from the game. What's the commandment here?
Not the promised.
Take that settlement eventually. There's a war zone here, will not touch this. And when dealing with ogres, we need to clear the camps. Its forces are on the move. Just gonna take a few turns before the relevant ones get closer. No nobles adjacency don't really matter anymore for corruption. Maybe we can slow that army down. So Nakara can catch them easier. We'll position armies to catch them anyways.
The herald of Slaanesh.
Why did the game lose so many players? Not even notifications work properly. Let alone 100 different things.
Every step, agony.
My divine master. Every step pleasure.
Go with grace. Name it, and it shall be done.
These guys are fighting Slaanesh. Man, he nearly lost most of his military there.
Patience without limits.
Name it, and it shall be done. My prince!
My divine master. I know my place.
Positioning cultists for spying and old vision.
On to another.
There are no more Rift armies around, but they have heroes around. Which means their faction still exists for some reason.
To hear you speak of your most hedonistic desires.
You've dropped some more vassals. No ambush. We got the ambush. We got it! Oh man, that other one didn't get it and the one on this one get it. Okay. Pyrrhic victory, huh? Which army is more dangerous, this one or the other one? There's definitely a shit ton of casualties. We get a lot of spearmen. They're gonna flee though. The ogres flee well in ambushes. We can't kill them, and they're gonna attack anyways. We can't kill them because they're just gonna flee from the ambush. We need to wait for the reinforcements. They will not arrive, and this is not enough to destroy this army. So we gotta take the auto resolve. Ogres are the best one to flee from the ambush as well. Hopefully the spearmen don't get killed. Let's see if we can get something here to minimize casualties. Medium, huh? Okay, I'll take that.
Unspeakable depravity awaits.
Still a lot of casualties. The follow-up looks ugly.
Drink their souls.
Okay, this one has a lot of noblers. Okay, much better. Okay, we're good. We're good. We achieved what we wanted here. We get another Seducers as well. Still mega damage. This army had a couple more ogres, would have been way uglier. These are man eaters from the Iron Fists. Look like they got shields.
Seekers!
Whatever happens here, these armies are forfeit because they can't replenish.
Man-eaters!
Certainly! It is not enough to slay them. Each and every one must die in anguish.
Follow the Moor's call!
Beacon of depravity!
On the hunt! Unlie this
Avatar of torment! Purest sense!
That debuff is excellent.
Man-eaters!
Acquiescence. It's some kind of healing.
Iron fists!
The Purple Herald!
Oh! Bend to our will!
Marauders!
Pain and despair! Marauders of Slaanesh! Agonizing!
It thrills me! Decadence! Subjugation!
Retreat! Man-eaters!
And it's quite tanky for defense.
To safety!
They're dead!
Seeking fresh pleasures!
Retreating! Yes!
Iron fists! Find a meal!
Dark whispers of glory.
Avatar of torment! Torture sweet kiss!
Hell scourges!
Decadent seekers!
Spearman!
Driven by pain! Marauders of Slaanesh!
We flee!
Certainly! Slaanesh is allures! But! Beam! Kill!
Scalper!
Sent by Slaanesh! Torture in rapture!
Worship Shornar.
Surgical!
Pain and despair!
Yes! Yes! To the next victory!
Ravage them! Agony and ecstasy!
Excess in all things.
Finding fresh souls!
Seekers!
Marauders! Guided by hunger!
To safety!
Rampage this way! Looking for me!
Bring us souls!
Decadence and subjugation!
Guided by hunger! Slay them!
Slay them!
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace!
Beautiful pain!
Hell scourge!
None can resist me!
Without question!
We hunt! Driven by pain! Spears! Without question!
Captivated and
Well, this sorts two of their armies in the Empire. They got two more.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Beacon of depravity! Sweetest suffering!
Iron Fists! Possessor!
Slaanesh is burning here!
There's no way of stopping this shit. We can get rid of the tyrant. It's actually a slaughter master. Two remnants of disciple armies and one army full of spearmen, and it's done the job. First army they had was okayish, well this one was nothing special. The army that's gonna recruit more spearmen can also get another disciple army, so we just go like nothing happened. $548 devotees, that's nearly 2 disciple armies.
Pleasure slaves for the pleasure palace.
Can we win this one? 4 stone horns, 2 iron gods, we get 3 ogre bulls. One is iron fists and one is dual weapons. It's too many stone horns. They only have like stopping power here. We need like way more spearmen. Things are basically war mammoths with just tougher. They don't have as much damage, but you know it's kind of like a war mammoth. Tougher war mammoth. I have enough here to beat us with this, I think.
Excessive risk.
We'll get that army eventually. Is it me or this army has literally defeated everybody in the area there? Click, 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 click. Valiant defeat, goddamn. I don't know, guys, this is gonna be tough. I'm gonna go eat lunch first, though. See you guys after the break. Get back, boys. Lunch finished. Let's continue. Got 13,000 health nearly on Belacor. I think this bell is gonna give a point towards the Gord ranged. They didn't change some names, some of these things. I wonder why. Like a lot of these traits have different names in Warhammer 3 compared to Warhammer 2, and they're the same thing. Change for the sake of change. Yeah, it feels like it is. So other than watching the stream, guys, on this Sunday, what are you guys doing? I'm on a ship schedule. One, there's many casualties here. Belagor don't care about allies. Cooking sausages. Playing Bell Brothers.
I am their lord. Slay them.
Had some baked chicken with broccoli and carrots.
Torture, sweet kiss. Who can I play with? Come to me.
Playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. Yeah, I miss it, Data. I miss it. But I'm conflicted how they're doing the game. I want to play single player, but they're forcing you to play that shitty version of Battle.net they released.
Belacor.
Alcoholism. Sorry to hear that. I know a thing or two about alcoholism too. In bed after dropping girlfriend off at the airport, watching Kin Dynasty on TV. Kin, is it Kin? So you're watching a documentary and the stream at the same time. How come? Meredith is playing a second Akari campaign because the first one was fucked. How so? Chin? Yeah, I'm still learning how to pronounce this Catan. I was eating in the other room where there's TV and there were news. And every time I hear something about the war, it's like it's so depressing. At least Europe is taking care of the people that fled the country.
God Slayer.
Bring us a joy.
So our units are actually clearing them without Belacor. A Belacor is stronger than any army. Valiant defeat, right? This is a very strong ability. Fits Belacor more than the other one. 97 kills in just one use. It's very high damage. This is ideal for Belacor, I feel. Mary says 3 other factions had 4 souls and my main army had to be on the 424/7 killing armies. I see. What turn was it? Wasn't even paying attention, they were capturing another part of the city. What is this music? I haven't heard that part of the soundtrack.
Feel the power. At once.
In my Kislev campaign, I missed the first one, guys. We were still figuring out what was going on, and it was fine in the end. We just had to adjust later on. You have to disrupt them, not just, you know, thinking you're gonna do your own thing and you're gonna be fine.
Spell casting.
What do you mean rift teleporting works? It's not random, no, you just can teleport wherever you want. One rift to another.
Death! The ultimate of sensations.
Slaanesh is delighted with our affair.
Why did this faction even do diplomacy if they are some part of a broken system? Or should I say half-ass system? They want it both ways. Don't respect the game systems and then they do this. There's an achievement unlocked. Our gross income was 6,000 per turn. Okay. Cool, I got 48,000. What in the fuck is this?
Jed Masterson, and I'm a caravan boss for the Happy Trails Caravan Company. If you're hearing this, I have a job offer for you. Happy Trails is organizing an expedition north into Utah, off the Long 15, and we need people. We're looking for caravan guards, prospectors, couriers. If you're used to humping it across the waste, straight toward trouble, we want you. If you got a pip-board, we definitely want you. On the other hand, if you're a greenhorn or a city slicker spinning tales about your skills, you can kindly go hang. If we like your gumption, we'll pay you square and treat you fair. Find me, Jed Masterson, at the Northern Passage if you're interested. Luck to you.
What the fuck, man? This hurts me physically and mentally at the same time. Rare item, 10 spell resistance. What the fuck? Those fucking jokers at that company. What the fuck are they even doing? Blows aimed at this armor's wearer are not blocked by it. Somehow they never even connect. Even the text makes no sense. It's like missing, like, I don't know, 12 melee defense for a rare item. Instead it's spell resistance. Makes no fucking sense.
Name it, and it shall be done.
My divine master? Speak.
Rare item. Rare are actually rare. They're actually rare. You get a load of crap in this game. Loads of crap. And imagine upgrading 2 uncommon items and getting this shit. This is a rare item. I'm sure what's been in the game for years. Fucking years. Common. Common. What the fuck were they doing for 4.5 years? What the fuck were they doing?
The Tempter Lord. Only what I listen to is me. I must taste flesh. What fun we shall have.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
The Tempter Lord. No one tells a tyrant what to do.
Who will join my rapturous odyssey?
Guys, guys, let me give you a very, very important advice. Do not, and I repeat, do not fuse rare items. Because you can fuse null plate and obsidian armor and get a null plate. Do not fucking do it. Don't do this to yourselves. They don't even have a check where you fuse a null plate and obsidian armor not to get one of these 2 fucking items. Do not fucking do it.
Insights to tempt you.
Obsidian armor is a very good armor. This is an example of a good rare.
You want me?
This is an example of a good rare. That's a good rare. Not crazy and not weak. Just, I don't know, not great and not terrible. Just, you know, a solid one, just slightly above average. Goes very well with the Forbidden Rod. The spell resistance is not very important for characters unless you're trying to cause spell damage to characters. Because AI damage that causes spell damage to characters is unreliable. Just better put some less, like ward save instead, like gambler armor.
A crescendo of pain and pleasure.
Tried to remove this one here last turn. Get some devotees back, but we have only enough devotees. These guys might reinforce here. This armor is good for low armor characters. There is something that's more common. It's called the Armor of Silver Steel, which is kinda better than the Obsidian armor, unless you're using Forbidden Rod. If you're using Forbidden Rod, this one is better.
Such insight.
So if you're using Forbidden Rod, Obsidian armor is better. If you're not using Forbidden Rod, this one is better, really. Spell resistance is against spells. Magic resistance does not exist anymore. You cannot resist magical attacks. So magical attacks are actually relevant. So if you're using Forbidden Rod, you want Obsidian Lodestone and you want Obsidian Armor. You get a nice 55 spell resistance. You mitigate most of this damage. So you get shit ton of power at a very low downside. And then you can use more spells.
Sweet, sweet suffering. Lord of excess.
We shall debase your nation.
Name it, and it shall be done.
I'm wondering what's going on with these two settlements.
Do you wish to be activated?
Moving, my prince.
Your sin is my command.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Dance on!
So good.
Remember we're taking Wars of Magic attack for an army and fighting dwarves? Well, I don't, because yeah, I knew that even before. It was somewhere in towards the end of Warhammer 1 when we learned this. While people taken a little bit more to cut on that. We had Sigvald the Magnificent unable to do any damage to Ungrim Iron Fist. And he's supposed to wreck him 1-1. So Sigvald with his magic attacks couldn't do anything to Ungrim because he had too much magic resistance. That's when we learned how powerful is the magic resistance. All magical attacks will poop.
Delectable. Feast on it.
I did fortify this whole area. They did fix Wurzak later to remove magic resistance from enemy. Hopefully they're gonna remember that it's now spell resistance. Wurzak is very powerful, and as a Legend Lord he's a lot of fun. His faction is dog shit. Half-assed. It was the first free DLC they listed the game. It's missing mechanic, it's missing characters, it's missing units. It's the most half-assed thing they've done, really. That and the Golden Order, in my opinion. But as the Lords, they're both amazing. See if they have the same deploy mentality here. I don't understand why they shoot once and then abandon the wall. I'm the car is amazing. You got a godlike fighter that's like the fastest thing in the game.
Minds as one.
They just forgot about base missile resistance and that's it.
Never conquered. Jade warriors. Stone and steel. Jade warriors.
And Nakai is depressing. That shit is fucking depressing. I was mentioning free DLC, Merdred, not DLC. But yeah, Nakai is one of the worst DLC. As the opposite side, it's like I said, most of the development time for that DLC was spent on Marcus Wolfhard and the Empire side, while on the last day of development they done Nakai. That's how it looks like. These things will not survive this time. Maybe just send these guys to die. Yeah, Tomb Kings was definitely the best they've done so far. By far.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
Heartseekers.
Excess in all things! Dark wisdom!
I am irresistible. Great Horned One. I conquer. Why? Yes!
3 archers here again.
Defenders!
Fired once last time and they abandoned the wall. Some speed here.
Bringers of joyous degradation!
Yeah, they fired once. And they're bending the wall. What is this shit code, man? They could fire this 3 to 4 times. Nearly killed them. Holy fuck, man.
Your secret spill.
Yes. Yes.
Beastman had amazing rework. Wood Elf and the Beastman rework was amazing. Hopefully we see one rework per update of Immortal Empires in the once Immortal Empires comes out.
Warriors! For Cathay!
All for the prince. Samandalash.
We're no longer allied with Zinch, so we lost the Doom Knights. We're planning to go hostile on them.
I am endowed with power.
I was expecting Elizabeth and Vampire rework by the end of the Mortal Empress, but didn't arrive.
The bringer of
Terminator Slaanesh! Ravage them!
Most exalted, the Prince of Pleasure's caress.
Sorcerer's lash!
Exalted demonets of Slaanesh!
The Lord of Excess arises! Retreat! Or we the draw!
Exquisite pain!
George's sweet kiss!
Exalted keeper of secrets. Sensation gives me strength.
Supper! Extravagant despair!
The damage is way too high. It was never that high originally.
Jade warriors!
I desire new surroundings. With pleasure.
A flurry of talons! Aesthetics are lethal. The Prince of Chaos rises.
Fueled by pain.
They wanted to fight. They wanted to hold ground and fight, but nope. Magic goes, bro.
Exalted demonets of Slaanesh!
Heartseekers of Slaanesh! Rend!
The base one.
Torture's sweet kiss!
I am irresistible.
Attack!
Enjoy your death!
Subtle servants of Slaanesh!
Most exalted.
Have I done the Gift of Slaanesh quest after all this time? What do you mean? What quest?
Supple servants of Slaanesh! Attacks of
You talking about mission? What's it about? The voting missions don't seem to work. They're not counting the voters. They don't. No, they don't work.
Demonets! Pain is against! Minds as one!
Bringing harmony! Slaaneshi, come!
You have to destroy all the major factions for the domination victory. All of them home run. Bit of Shades was always armor piercing. It just does way more damage than before for some reason. Either it affects way more targets than before, or the damage has been increased. I think it has a bigger radius than before. I think it could be that. Instead of affecting a certain amount of targets, it just might be everybody. But it was always armor piercing.
Slava every surface.
Unlan.
Such insights to tempt you.
For gold. Look at this. I guess this is okay to keep right now. It's a mountain though. No, we need the replenishment building for a few turns because it's a mountain. As you can see, there's no replenishment.
The time. On cloven foot.
They're at war with... Okay, I see.
Privileged of Slaanesh.
So needs to replenish at least... Snuggle corruption here. We just go on the side here. We can start traveling.
I yearn to go.
Start traveling. We don't want to be in this area here. We don't want to get more corrupt Benergal.
Burning needs are unmet.
This is some of the last Snuggle corruption in the world. I think there's some in Northland as well.
Of Slaanesh.
This is a really big province here.
Obedience.
Karg is coming. He might have a nice army.
Slither, then slash. Bringer.
You can get the disciple army next turn.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Oh fuck, we got balls deep.
None may direct my...
It looks like considering corruption, Northland they'll not get Nurgle corruption.
A crude attempt to
Yeah.
subjugate. Courtesan.
Looks like magic, yes. Fire, Great Maw, and beasts, I think.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
Fire and beasts is good. I'm not sure about Great Maw.
I am made whole. Delights without boundaries. Tender hand of atrocity.
I will butcher any who interfere.
With joy. Encamp, most privileged of Slaanesh. Sweet. A crescendo of pain and pleasure.
We killed him in battle and it doesn't count. Back on the campaign map. This plague is just too much to consider this using this army right now.
But we prevailed. Most privileged. Depravity reigns.
We'll get this army going in 5 turns.
Herald of the Dark Prince.
Looks like a hero party here.
Pleasure without conscience.
That plague is just too much to consider spreading around multiple armies. It's just gonna keep spreading. Could have went for this camp here. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. Just get somebody else can clear that shit.
Will dominate. I desire new pleasure slaves. The Herald of Slaanesh.
All good.
Belacor. I obey only the great Maw. Lord of
Considering Ogre the other weapon would be better now, thinking about it.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
Army went to Alder, so they ignored this. We're gonna go off that camp there.
Home to my sweet secrets. My den of sin.
Eric is highly rebellious right now due to Zinch. This will do it. There's also a place been Sexa as a provincial instability by building up shit ton of negative order.
God Maker. Your death will be inconsequential.
We are not finished.
Austin is gone. Getting clearer here, nice. If they have multiple Stonehorn, we can't underestimate that.
Spread the darkness from the shadow.
Let's see what they have.
The first damned.
I will butcher any who interfere.
The four token.
I obey
Holy shit, they have very good movement. Increased mobility, huh?
The first.
none may direct my recipes.
Against the ogres, don't have a little worry about much better range, I think. 27, 52. Yeah. Should put potion of healing, just in case I'm healing on demand. Since we're not using that healing weapon anymore.
Of Slaanesh.
Can't believe we haven't found any Slaanesh banners. Holy shit, how lazy these people have gotten. Not a single banner. Not a really single banner in I don't know how many, over a week. We got this from Nurgle, And I think this was a mission, that's it. Everything else just generic crap.
Most privileged of Slaanesh. Taste thy pleasures. I shall move.
Wondering what the fuck he's even gonna do here.
Handmaiden of dark delight.
Let's probably strike this to next. This one actually.
Most privileged of Slaanesh. I will dominate. Temptation calls. Most privileged of Slaanesh.
This looks like a very big battle here. I'm gonna go for... do I go for Zuber first? Doesn't seem to have any military elsewhere. Seems Karakadrin first fits better.
Sensation rules me.
No, I will not shame my clan.
Is there a retreat we can follow up?
Channel! Seeking sweetest agony.
Stop that!
But they add more troops here when we attack. I think Ungrim got actually beaten by a rogue army. Look at all these dwarves here. Karakadin has a big arson. It looks like they nerfed the Slayer Shrine.
Name
Wicked
it,
garrison.
and it
well.
shall be done.
Smother them.
Can have Karakadin be able to defeat anybody in the area.
Not likely.
Look at this, guys. Giant Slayers on the best dwarf units. One in the garrison. Meanwhile, they got dwarf warriors. Shrine provides what? 2 Giant Slayers. Back to 2017, boys.
Herald of Slaanesh. On cloven foot. The Herald of Slaanesh.
Marshall asks, have we found the province outside of the chaos area with a special building chain for Slaanesh so far? No, nothing.
To my chamber of pain. The Herald of Slaanesh. Taste thy pleasures. Taste thy pleasures. Home to my sweet secrets.
Look at those guys. We'll have a range here. They get close, will reinforce.
The Herald of Slaanesh. To my chamber of pain. The Herald of Slaanesh. My den of sins.
Doesn't look like rifts are opening again.
And cruelty.
The cult of endless delights.
Name it, and it shall be done.
That was a mistake, maggot.
It's the guy that defeated Ungrim.
My divine master. The cult of plentiful excess.
Name it, and it shall be done.
It's probably gonna be with proliferate cults. And this one somewhere matters.
Every step agony. My divine master. The cult of unfettered pleasure.
This is the only place in Gran Cate we don't have a cult. This one, this two looks from like actually these three. No, actually we have 5 places still. This is much larger than I thought.
Slaanesh's courtesan.
I think some of them got wounded as well. What the cults do, they grant you vision over the region, and you have an option to construct one of the buildings. They're all super underwhelming and kinda costly. They're supposed to go with the mechanics of seductive influence for the faction, but that's also very underwhelming outside Norska. So basically, what you do with cults, spying with vision, and a building in the cult that grants you a cultist, so you can get more vision. So spying primarily with this shape.
Divine master. The cult of pleasing perfection. Do I please you?
As you can see, we have the whole world explored. We put a lot of effort in this campaign. And this stage, we want to have cults everywhere, so we can see what is going on.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
My divine master.
There's only one more province, 2 provinces with some corruption there.
Cultist of the perfect prince. Smother them.
This is Ostland. This place here just get a little bit more income. They're putting pressure on disciples. They're still rank 3 though.
War unceasing. Marauders all. True savage, take what's theirs. Northmen come.
Don't have a provincial capital, which is a shame.
Tribesmen gather.
Not a real one, at least.
Join me. You are mine.
And to give them a region, I could give them Prague. It's actually not a bad idea. Nice one. Prague is kinda shit for us. Without Prague, they will not get mammoths.
The thrill of forbidden knowledge.
These guys do have the Norsecan settlement, so they got access to it. But I'm not sure it's a tier 5 for some reason. Yeah. Prague is shit for us, it's just garbage. We'll give them Prague. It's a good one.
Always ready for a headbutting contest. Fine.
If they manage to get it to tier 4, they'll get units. It's also buff trades with this faction. We actually get more with this trade than we get from Prague. So by them controlling Prague, we get more money than with us controlling Prague. That's how bad Prague is. Would have been probably better than tier 4 though. I don't have to move the outpost. This gives access to global recruitment as well. So getting tier 3 get access to everything. It might take them a long time to get tier 4 though. Is that why the cost could have been different? Well, those are basic tier 0 units home runs, so no. No, I don't think so.
So good.
The Marauders here, they cost 9. The Marauders here, they cost 6. That's very hard to explain. It's the basic units, you know.
Bring death. Tribesmen dominate.
They're this identical faction, they're also friends with each other.
Bloodthirsty.
Diplomatic relations.
Your will.
Could be diplomatic relations. I wish the game would actually tell you. These guys are very friendly, well, these guys are trusted friends. It could be that.
Yes.
Both vassals have 3 passive income. I'm curious to see how long it will take them for tier 4 Prague, and will they get better military? They should, because there's more slots there. There's a rebellion here, huh? Let it come. This is getting cleared.
My den of sins. Home to my sweet secrets. Don't stop! I yearn to go.
It's new in Warhammer 3. You can actually target them while they're on the sea.
Your impassioned initiation.
Name it, and it shall be done.
The cult of unfettered pleasure. The cult grows.
Full vision.
Your sin is my command.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Okay, everything is set. Next turn. Do we go next turn, or do we get another army? Where the hell is even this position? Here, Black Rock.
This is not the promised access.
This is rank 7. She can take command when she gets back. Well, then we'll just get this one.
The new avatar of sensation.
Slick is nice.
Name it, and it shall be
Oh,
done.
discipline, that's perfect.
Taste our pleasure. The more we do it.
What pleasure
The cult
do you require?
yearns us move.
They will never know the safe word. I desire new pleasure slaves. Who will slake this herald's thirst?
Or local recruitment, huh?
Most privileged of Slaanesh. Slaaneshi herald.
Is name Heroes on now? Yeah.
What decadence do you desire? Come to me.
Why not Vader Demon?
You wish to meet it.
It's I don't know, man. It's we can't put those symbols in there. I just need to be more clear with that.
Such decadence.
Which one is it? Man or a woman? Okay.
You are so beguiling.
Who will join my rapturous odyssey?
Gonna take so long to get this army.
They will never know the Sith word.
And turn so. It'd be faster if I'd add this to global recruitment with those two ranks though.
Only absolute supplication will suffice. Who will join my rapturous odyssey? Who will slake this herald's thirst?
A waste of good suffering.
Prince's herald.
More weapons.
Come.
I don't think the demons have gender.
My divine master.
I think they can manifest both as male or female or whatever. Shem. So this army does have shit. I'll test for Belacor. Let's put a prediction. Haven't fought an army, ogre army in the open field with Belacor yet. We have don't have the healing sword, and we might not be able to demoralize them to heal. So this is a good test. I mean, literally only those Iron Guts can do something, right? Does he have the Slaanesh Blade? No, he has the the AoE damage active from Scorn, the spear.
Eternal.
The Bane Spear.
A harbinger. I bring omens of death to my foe. Swiftly.
You got a hunter on. He hasn't pelted in the forest, interesting.
Through shadow. God Slayer. Now.
It's not easy to break the leadership to heal with a lot of torment. But it's not impossible.
Move. You will run.
I get stuck pretty good in their large units.
Legend domain. Spell casting. Feel the power. Rend. Yes.
I won't be able to heal unless we break the morale. The storm is getting chopped. I don't know why they don't want to fight him. It's a bad code, I think.
Bring us mate. Belacon. At once. Iron guts. Shadow magic.
This will be exquisite. Seekers of Slaanesh!
Legend domain.
Demonettes! Flow like wine. The aesthetics are legal.
For orders!
Driven by pain.
It's gonna be stomping grounds here.
At once. Harbinger. Get them. I am all go. Fear me. Scoffer. Spell casting.
Sensuous diversion.
I seek. This serves.
I think they debuffed in trees, but Belacor isn't.
You will run.
But then again, they might still stun lock him here. Who knows?
Rend. Break them. Shadow magic. Belacon.
Got unbreakable on him, yeah. It's the Bane Spear. It's, foreign weapons give unbreakable. There's gonna be a lot of damage. That's a lot. This is a strong item. It's better than the healing one for Belacor. Just have to be a little bit careful how to access healing. It does have healing ability, but it doesn't work always. You have to use it right. Like, it's gonna work okay here if we keep pummeling them. Yeah, the Bane Spear weapon gives it. But even without it, he has very high leadership.
Call me Dark Master. I am Olgo. Shadow Lord. Shadow magic.
Oh, the chainsaw was not available. Somebody else had it when we were in the realm.
Iron guts.
I think personally for Belacor the Bane Spear is best.
Feel the power. Leg it.
Marauders of Slaanesh! Kill! Kill!
First damned. Lord of torment. Legend of Main. I am Olgo. Scar them. Yes. Fear me. You will run. Rend. Shadow magic.
That guy has some toughness. I'm just missing.
Scar them. Yes.
Missed 3 times, it's unlikely.
Once.
Has to be splash low damage.
This serves. Break them. God Slayer. Harbinger.
That's it. Is that all you got? the fuck is this? There's nobody on the map because Belacor is hidden. Somebody sees us here. They don't see us. Might have got stuck on the corpses. Look bugged. What the hell? Any multiplayer match or something? Guys, seen my dogs, Deimos and Phobos? Just taking them for a walk. Nice day in the country. Belagor right now goes to up to 1.1k damage. And got to 1.2k, I think. Good experience from this battle.
Mercy is the vilest sin.
Oh, nice. Lightning strike! Oh, look at these bastards! That's why they're even coming. But we can retreat from lightning strike. What the fuck, Daves? What the fuck? Open the Great Book of Bugs.
is lost.
Come again? At least we got him, they will not be able to escape Nakari.
The glorious obscenity of war.
Five chariots, huh? What's my favorite type of cheese? Gouda.
Such folly.
Slaanesh is delighted with our affair.
Been one factions left. 4 of them I have heroes only. Oh, we got Veitster Gore.
My divine master. Dance on.
Yeah, this guy should not respawn more than 10 times. They're just broken. But it breaks some other things as well, like the dreaded wall as well.
The cult of pleasing perfection.
The cult.
Okay, we got cults in Red Fortress and the Dragon Crossroad. Again.
Your sin is my command.
Tribesmen, gather!
Belacor.
And there are these fucking peasants.
I hunger for souls.
So, what is this thing called? This used to be called Bloody. They renamed it Body Counter for some reason, and it's identical. What was the second one called? This one is blood-soaked. And the third one is called Veitster Gore. It was called Gore Drenched. Why the fuck they renamed this shit? Like, what the hell? Leadership plus 3 when fighting against vampire counts. Oh man, poor vampire counts.
New abilities. You may think that. Time.
There has to be a system in the game where it makes the armies that respawn not be able to respawn more than 3 times. And since the Kurgan Warband is a unique case, maybe put them at 10 times. But that's fucking rocket science, man. Goddamn, Elon Musk has hired all the rocket scientists and nobody's working really at these companies anymore. Bunch of interns and janitors. Is it so hard to limit the respawn of factions to make sense? Make the Greenskins respawn 5 times, make the Rogue armies respawn 2 or 3 times, and that Kurgan Warband 10 times, if they want that Grand Bash and Mambo Jumbo. But it's so complicated, right?
Feed me souls! You will run! Morkar, Kul, Archaon, all our puppets. But I am the first damned. The first to cut the strings. I am Orgo! Legerdemain! Rend! Spellcasted! Scar them! Yes! Shadow magic! Charge! Come then. I seek. Move! Shade wings! Charge! Get them! Fear me!
not finished with you. Belacor. Back to former glories. Time to...
Blazer says this campaign is broken after many turns. I guess game can handle many turns. What does the turns have to do with a battle? What you say makes no sense.
Shadow Lord! I tire of being the god's plaything. In this battle, I shall break free! Move! Shadow magic! This serves!
You know what this reminds me of, guys?
The AI obviously is trying to win the battle, so it will do whatever increases or maximizes its odds of winning. We have invested more resources into improving the battlefield AI than I think we have in any Total War game to date. Fixing bugs, polishing and iterating on what we've had previously.
What the fuck, say?
So the AI really has to be able to sort of think on its own, rather than just do set things that we tell it to do. DLC.
Let's
Belacor! Feel the power! Legend of Pain! Lord of Torment! You will run! Yes!
Finish the campaign, get Belacor, have fun! But the AI doesn't want to fight Belacor. Wonder if ever... What? If he had an army, he would have just avoid Belacor, just go after your units. Never giving Belacor any attack animations and shit. That never happened with Colic or Tyrion. Gotta be some bug with threat level. Why would they run when they get engaged? They're melee units. They're not trying to capture anything. Towers can't do anything to us. Land is the same shit. They just run around and sometimes they fight. It's just this bullshit indecisive AI they've created in this these settlements. It's better on the field, but they see one guy and they don't want to fight. I feel like the Legend of Total War has something to do with this. But it doesn't make no sense if it's just only one guy. If there's only one guy, they should just swarm him. Yeah, it doesn't know your unit has Unbreakable, and the best way to deal with a small force is try to rout them with massive leadership penalty.
We're thrilled to this domination.
Belacor.
can't play around magic. Play against magic cannot exist.
Skill acquired. The first.
Like, just that indecisive AI, it's just broken. It's even worse when you have only just one guy.
You have no power over me.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
But there's nothing to defend its elements. I'm not attacking anything, I'm a flying unit that can't capture anything. Flying and summoned units cannot capture anything.
Irresistible. March. I seek stimulation.
The Tempter Lord, I suppose. Bring.
The AI has not been instructed that the flyers can capture things, both when they're against them and when they have their own. Because we have seen their flyer trying to fly over our objective, and they just stay there and nothing's happening. But it's complicated. It's fucking rocket science. It seems like simple as shit to me.
Iron guts. Follow the Morse code.
Sensuous diversions.
Soul trigger. Go. Stride on. I am endowed with power.
There, we flit.
On the hunt.
The Maiden of Ecstasy.
The serpent strikes!
Bring us me.
Deliver unto Slaanesh.
The cult thrives!
Iron guts. Biggest in the Troy. Take it all. Sure thing.
Worship Jornal! Purple winds! Dark whispers of glory! Phantasmagoria!
I'll them squeal.
Nihilist satisfied Slaanesh. Surging on! Sorceress lash.
Phantasmagoria. Unleash my power.
Bend to our will.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh!
Divine slaughter.
Power of Slaanesh.
Guided by hunger.
Enjoy your deaths!
This will be exquisite. Bend to our will. Move with grace.
Vanishing cultist!
can make the artillery go rampage, huh?
Kari. The Kari moves. Moving.
Bringers of joyous degradation. The darkest of desires.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh.
They shall acquiesce. The bringer of temptation. With pleasure, great horned one. If I must.
Sin and depravity!
Most alone. Slash.
I just think this one taking this damage here. I'm not sure from what. Why are they taking damage?
Divine slaughter!
Forgers? Did so much damage to that unit? What the hell, man? Got 59 defense and 30 physical resistance. What the fuck?
Heart seekers!
Arch tempter. Attack.
Not just that broken ogre bullshit.
Luscious deviants. I am ready.
The cult wakes!
Kari.
Fought this crew guy 3 times.
The Tempter Lord.
Don't worry, we're coming.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
What did this guy sell it with?
You think to lie to me?
Artisan of pain. Our burning needs are unmet. Are you tempted?
Insights to tempt you.
Also display sign. This is the capital, I think. They're also busy fighting the other faction here.
Time to indulge.
These guys in Simpson fighting. You can all see their crossbows with experience, meaning the melee troops will be getting killed and now to resolve all the crossbows just killing everything. Talkstorm says no comment on Outer's only page notes. Well, they said at the end of everything and much more. ... Meaning all your hopes, dreams, and desires. But just in case, half that tank of copium. What the fuck is up with this water? Looks like there's foam in it. Like somebody pissed in it. But it's not yellow. Kate troops fighting other Kate troops as close as we get to a historical proper fighting.
Kate warriors!
The famous pissed fields of Kate.
Death through sin.
Most exalted!
Heart seekers of Slaanesh.
Silgarn is a little bit damaged.
The Dark Prince's servant. Get them. It satisfies.
They're not gonna fight their own troops there.
I desire no surroundings.
Pain is a gift.
I am endowed with power. The Prince of Pleasure's caress.
Sensuous diversions.
Fuel my hand.
Bring agony. Sorceress. Behold magnificence. Run, purple winds. Phantasmagoria. Sauntering. Pure streams of sensation. Demons, bend to our will. Sweet depravity. A flurry of
They're not gonna fight their own troops, huh?
Closer, closer.
unto pleasure. The aesthetics are lethal.
Walking. Divine magic. Summon my lap.
Who can I play with? I move. The darkest of desires.
Irresistible.
Worship Sornal!
Exalted Demoness of Slaanesh!
All for the Prince.
Death through sensation!
Your secrets stay. Stride on.
Heart seekers.
Locomotion. Roar! The Prince of Pleasure's caress.
Medium casualties, right? If I lost 3 more demonates, would have been a close victory.
This is mine now. Such insights to tempt you. How divine.
That's a tier 5 unit, what the hell? That look like tier 4 at best. Nangao and Weijin are the cities on the end, starting the end of these gates. So looks like they lost most of their military with coming from 2 sides.
Storm Dragon.
Doesn't look like they have much. Compared to Zhao Ming, Zhao Ming has some military. We could backdoor him there. Most of his military is in this area now.
Most privileged of Slaanesh. Slaanesh's desire.
My newest warpstone elixir requires a test subject. You will suffice.
War continues.
I bring you Thoric.
Looks like these guys haven't seen any action. Hey, Scotty. What you doing these days, Scotty? Are you participating in the beta test of Warhammer 3 as well? When you seduce a unit, it's only for that battle, yes, only for that battle. But if you destroy the enemy army, they will not be returned to them. What's good in Diablo 2 Resurrected? Are they going to deliver this patch for single player as well, or it's going to be only for Battle.net? Because I don't give a shit about Battle.net, especially prehistoric one.
Minds as one. Crossbowman. Thoughts in harmony.
Let's get some foot soldiers here.
Souls for Slaanesh!
The old ones. The army has a lot of demonettes. If everybody comes here, what's gonna be the plan here? Single player 2? Oh man. Might do a fresh start in single player.
Torture is rapture.
Lower cross calls.
Sweetest suffering.
Maybe once I secure the finance a bit, I might take some time in Diablo 3. Diablo 2 Resurrected, not 3.
The aesthetics are lethal. Heart seekers. The purple herald.
Scotty giving 10 subs, thank you much, Scotty. Yoo-hoo. And the shields first.
The time of excess. This shall be a cornucopia. A true thrill.
Those are rockets.
We fit.
Jade warriors! With joy! It pleases the dragon!
Herald of Slaanesh.
There's a lot of stuff in this area.
Sing unto brevity.
Well, there's no warning those rockets there.
Come to me. A furious herald.
Oh my god.
Dance of pain. We go.
To the next victory! Marauders!
We go. Seekers.
Jade crossbow! Harmonious wrath!
Heart seek.
Oh my god.
Slaanesh alone.
All the abandoning wall.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Souls for Slaanesh! Guided by hunger.
A captivating path.
Marauders! Guided by hunger!
On the hunt!
Sensuous. Let the depravity continue. Seekers of Slaanesh. We go. Hand demon of Slaanesh. This dance is not yet over.
Oh my god.
Yes, yes.
I'm not even sure it's safe to get in here like this with two of those chariots. To avoid those halberds.
Decadence and subjugation. A flurry of talents.
Oh my
The
god.
beguiling nightmare. The prince of chaos rising. Sorcerer's lash. Demoness.
There are circles in this place, huh? There's a lot of shooters all around. Why would they abandon the walls? Like, shit makes no sense. The follow-up strategy is even worse.
Exalted demonets of Slaanesh! The aesthetics are lethal. Extravagant display. Yes! None can resist me! Heart seekers! Exalted demonets of Slaanesh! Yes! Yes! Avatar of torment! I can't stop! The darkest desires, agony and ecstasy! Exalted demonets of Slaanesh! A journey to pleasure! This dance is not yet over! Pain is a gift!
What do you guys think what's gonna get released first? Diablo 4 or the next Elder Scrolls game? I feel like things are taking forever these days. Diablo 4. What happened with Path of Exile 2? Still coming?
They will all turn to sin. Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Yeah, we got this one at the bottom as well. They might attack the Mount Tug now. There's reinforcements on the way though.
We desire more.
This is good. We need to spread corruption here. It's the capital, huh? Red climate. 9 turns to replenish inside the city.
Herald of
Holy
the
shit.
Prince. It will be drenched in bodily fluids. Divine immortality.
Soon, my prince. Come, come!
Yeah, I don't give a shit about Diablo 4. I'm just gonna check the cinematics on YouTube and that's it. Maybe if somebody requested play it once, I don't care.
The sweet, cruel touch of ice on skin. irresistible. Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Oh, this is a Vault Dwarf city. What do we take here? We can take the garrison commander. Where's the second giant slayer? Disappeared somewhere. What's gonna be next campaign? They haven't decided yet. It's definitely gonna be one of the Chaos factions. I'm thinking of playing a game of Gladius before the next campaign. Longbirds and Thunderers have the same seduction. Just look at Diablo 3 and WoW. All items reduced down to offense, defense, etc. Well, how are they gonna get the housewives to play the game? What's been happening with Diablo 3? Haven't checked Diablo 3 in years. This looks cool. Oh boy, I think there's some giants growing here. We got a lot of hard seekers, so we can definitely overrun from one side of the city. It looks like this part here. We won't be able to keep up with our movements.
Hot seekers!
Dwarf warriors!
How sharp is that axe, Patrick?
put one of those guns here. These two are all open as well. Like, what the fuck is this? Why is this tower here? Why is there no tower here? Like, what the hell is this? It's all obstructed. Meanwhile, there's no tower here. It's like one guy was building the Walnut Towers and another guy was building the battlefield outside the city.
Repulsive.
Thunderous! Understood, Lord.
Thrill to every wound, delight in every scream, ascend through torment. A tempting destination. The Prince of Chaos rises. Agony and ecstasy! The beguiling nightmare! Hear the discordant choir. The debauched one. Agonizing death! Bend to our will!
Thunderous!
Continue! The Purple Herald! Rabid despair! Torture is rapture! I accept temptation. The darkest desires. Captivating and horrifying.
The Dark Prince's servant!
Oh my god, what are you doing?
Paramour of Slaanesh. Exalted demonets of Slaanesh. Move with grace. In pleasure's name! Demonets of Slaanesh. Searching on. We go. Ravishing slaughter. On to pleasure. Dance upon their corpses. Demonettes upon bogs in gold. Surging on. Subtle servants of Slaanesh. Unlike
They're trying to disengage. It's not gonna happen, friend.
sorcerer's lash. The aesthetics are lethal. Not yet over. Heartseekers. Ravage them. destroyer's degradation.
Surging on.
Seekers of Slaanesh. Flow like wine. Beacon of depravity.
Bringers of joy.
Sure allowed to drop orders.
Do my left! Sweet depravity.
Heart seekers. Seeking sin. Divine slaughter.
Excess in all things!
The Prince of Chaos.
Flame cannon shooting there, there's no way.
Death sensation. Hear the discordant choir. Let the depravity continue. For Slaanesh.
Bend to our will. Exalted demonettes of
See these overrun, they can't keep out of our speed.
Power of torment. Torture them. Make them scream. More sensation. More.
sin and depravity.
It's Karakadrin, by the way, guys. Same layout like every other that settlement we had.
Heart seekers. Torture's sweet kiss.
Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh. Endless suffering.
Demonettes for Slaanesh.
Honestly, dwarves in this scenario looks worse than Nurgle.
They will all turn to sin. Most privileged of Slaanesh.
Yeah, let's pick pass. Blackwater next. Got another border here with Sylvania. Anybody who's corrupted by Slaanesh will have a little income.
Of pain. Prince's Herald.
Also this one.
It will be drenched in bodily fluids. Slaanesh Herald. Of Slaanesh. The Herald of Slaanesh. Delights without boundary. Home to my sweet secret. Spreading seduction. Troop toward you.
Keep in mind, guys, we have a cult in Red Fortress and a cult in the Dragon's Crossroad.
The Herald of Slaanesh, my den of sins.
I still remember fighting Kugat here in this area. Good times. Feels like Warhammer 2.
Pleasures. The Herald of Slaanesh.
My will does not bend.
This is really well garrisoned here.
To touch a dragonborn is blasphemy.
Depravity reigns. Nothing else matters but
I might go into the mountains here. This is replenishing right now.
Most privileged of Slaanesh.
It takes forever to get that those traits, Rubio. For like 20 sort turns.
I seek stimulation. Most privileged of Slaanesh. Most privileged of Slaanesh. Sensation. Handmaiden of dark delight.
Blasphemy! Blasphemy! I serve Ursa!
What's this army consulting? Bunch of coasters? What, can't afford armor coasters?
My
Hard times.
master. Go with disgrace.
Gonna be poking here, huh?
Speak thy words, and pray to thine pitiful.
He's targeted by both rogue armies, huh?
True.
You know, the rogue armies are getting up on Mumford. How the fuck do we are at war with 4 Rift factions, but he's only at war with 3? How does that work? This whole system's bugged, man.
Fool. Eat.
Who calls?
He's also at war with only 3. They're different ones.
Thou darest.
He's not at war with Slaanesh one.
What?
Well, Boris is not at war with the Nurgle one. It's a mess. That's what it is. So it's a mess.
On we go.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Smother.
Name it, and it it shall be done.
Every step agony.
Name it, and it shall be done. Execute it.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
I serve only the great.
It does seem to have a massive movement.
Slaaneshi Herald.
They impinge on your servant.
I read.
Played any Fallouts lately, Rubio? I've been getting a Fallout itch. It's one of those itches which cannot be scratched properly, ever.
Supple servants of Slaanesh. A union of bodies! Avatar of torment! Fight, knowing that every scream is music to the ears of our perfect God.
And the whole atmosphere, really. Like Skyrim, you know, you play for the open world and the atmosphere, the music and sounds, more than, you know, lacking quest lines and weird dialogue.
Worship Journal. Go. The Dark Princess Servant. Purple Winds. New extremes of sensation. The Lord of Excess arises.
Make them scream. Darkest winds blow. A rite of pleasure. Exalted demonettes of Slaanesh. We go. Demonette of Slaanesh. Endless suffering. I accept temptation. The Purple Herald! Seeking fresh presence. Good, yes. Dance upon their corpses. The darkest of desire.
Have you ever played Risen 1, Rubio?
Drink their souls.
Back when it was released, I played it, and then later when they increased the difficulty setting thingy, I played again. I found it even more atmospheric and enjoyable than Skyrim. But Skyrim is definitely a higher production. Has that nice, nice atmosphere going for it.
The Herald of Slaanesh.
It came out 2009, I think.
Divide.
That music when you're in the swamp in Reason and when one of those monsters are going after you. Never really heard such good combat music. Something else. I doubt it's getting looking really outdated at this point. That game can actually be quite difficult if you don't have patience. Because the areas are level locked. So you gotta find a way to progress, and if you don't, it might be frustrating.
Bring us me.
This is a nice looking settlement. For the long range wood elves. Lot of rooms, very spacey.
The time of excess. This shall be a cornucopia of suffering.
The debauched ones!
On livest sweetest suffering!
Biggest in the tribe. Bring us me.
Beacon of depravity! Hear the discordant choir! On to pleasure! Sweet suffering awaits! Agonizing death! Sin and depravity!
Sauntering! Purple winds! Pleasure, passion, excess and decadence!
Exalted demoness of Slaanesh!
Phantasmagoria! New extremes of sensation!
What are these iron fists?
Sensuous diversion! Make them scream!
Scream!
Lacerate them! Bringing suffering! Purest sensation!
I want to manage to single out one of them in 4 groups with regeneration physical resistance. That's some, I feel like it's some bug damage calculation. What else could it be?
Supple servants of Slaanesh.
This will be excellent.
What I mean is, they were hitting multiple targets, but only one entity taking damage. I've seen some weird shit like this over the years. It's like swordsmen charging sternsmen and they killing one on contact in charge, which is impossible. Swordsmen cannot kill a sternsman in charge. The regiment renowned Graveyard with armor, higher defense, and regeneration. So all the damage the swordsman dealt was dealt to a single entity in the unit instead of multiple entities. Stuff like that. Good elf vassals, huh? But they can't trade. They didn't enable the wood elves to trade more tree.
God. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
Hey, Flex.
A new beacon of perversion. The herald of Slaanesh.
Wow, this is Lord of the Forest. 4 slot. Holy shit. That's weird.
Begone, or I'll take your hands.
The herald of
Bring it on, man! Bring it on!
The herald of Slaanesh.
Name it, and it shall be done.
My deepest desire granted.
I don't know why is it, but it looks hella weird. Maybe they just made the Wood Elf settlement like this now when you capture them.
Taste thy pleasure. Now you are ready.
Move, I implore you.
It's going here. This thing is probably resisted by spell resistance. This was an ogre settlement as well, but it's still also a slot.
You have chosen those parts?
Prince's Herald.
the Witch's Wood. Orders Nordland. Wasteland. Wasteland does need some corruption going.
The Herald of Slaanesh. Spreading seduction. I yearn to go. The Herald of Slaanesh. Grace and cruelty. The Herald of Slaanesh. Behold my sensuous movements. The Herald of Slaanesh.
I'm just thinking there's a camp here.
On cloven foot.
Yep, let's get rid of that camp.
None but Slaanesh may dominate.
They actually might attack us both here, right?
Bringer of sensation.
My divine master. Assassinate the power of desire.
Are you tempted?
Hunting those rift agents so their factions disappear. But they've been resisting,
Shall be done.
like this one here.
Smother them.
This guy has been damaging shit here. This doesn't do anything anymore. This one doesn't do anything anymore. I think we actually had wine. This is our first wine. Yeah, we don't have wine, dwarf beer, salt, pottery, elven trinkets, and timber. We don't have timber. What?
This is not the promised excess. Existence grows gray and empty.
Goddamn, man. Goddamn. Hellish, there are two capital building sites. What's the difference? One is for military and corruption, another one is for growth and control. So you can get more money with the second one with the right setup. Well, the first one is to make sure the corruption is in the province and all around. Which corruption is important. Since Slaanesh has buildings at lower control to get more income, and buildings that have more income and low control. So you can get more of those buildings with the Bastion, while the other ones are mainly for corruption and the military province. Seducers and Slaanesh are missing timber resource on woodlands. Timber resource building. How the fuck they fuck shit this like shit is up? Crazy. I was definitely missing a line of text here. There was definitely a line of text missing. I was like, I just couldn't put my finger on it until I, you know, go onto resources and there's no timber here.
Has the perfect prince forsaken us?
Garrisons are pretty much the same. There's a few other differences, but those are trivial. It's just one is corruption, one is control. So for example, the high pass here is a bastion, which allows us to get additional favored income building, even if it's for all four mountain. So we are keeping around in the last stage of bad control, without going to rebellion or without going to 50 or higher. So we keep this and this, you know, working with lots of income. So you get a little bit more income. The garrison is the same shit, pretty much. A couple of different units, but it's overall just the same shit. As you're expanding, you want to have your borders with corruption. And once it becomes central province, then you can get more income. Especially get a lot of income.
Your imperfections are abhorrent.
In single rifts, it looks like the rifts are no longer opening. It's done. When we completed the Forge of Souls Companion Victory, was the last time they opened. When you get the fourth soul. So right now this one will pretty much vary between the second and the third stage. So it will mess up our double income. Which at this point we need to get more negative income. And to balance it out we need to get another control building. Or switch this into the Bastion. I don't have the chain sword. I have all the other three weapons from my second visit to the realm of Corn. Somebody else got on the chainsaw. I think it was the Legion of Chaos. Oh, look at this, almost run out of money. Cultists, 22 out of 33. And we've been losing some cults around. More than enough cultists. Trying to finish off Skrak here and the minor factions. And on this side it's Grand Crete. Attack this Warriors of Chaos and Kairos as well. In a few turns, I think.
Lord of Torment.
This is strange. How many bugged income do we have right now? Looks like only 4%.
Delights without boundaries.
Why is this on 20,000? It's like it doesn't work. We're gonna of course put it right down, but 20,000 it just seems off as well. It should be 10,000. I mean, you could consider the stage of this campaign and what we got. Apparently that one is not finished. It's either bugged. And it still feels like even if it's not bugged, it's way too high, 20,000. We're making lots of the orders. This one is interesting. They got 3 heroes, huh? This guy is rank 1. They got 20 wins of magic, so they kind of fucked regarding resistance. Yeah, they fucked up the greater demon technology. Instead of making it very powerful, they just turned it into a fucking joke. Unlocking abilities that you have to even pay power for. Way to screw up the greater demons. Because in knowledge to make those things powerful. The ultimate unit of the demons of chaos. And not silly.
Marauders! Marauders of Slaanesh!
Arbiter of torment! We will feast upon flesh! We will dine upon souls. We will revel in suffering.
Everyone deserves pretty much the book, man. Really, that's one that really irritates me. Probably, I feel like it's gonna be for every single Demons of Chaos faction. Slaanesh take part for Keeper of Secrets should make it really powerful and not unlock spells that are not even bound. That thing is tier 5 with long recruit time and it barely holds ground to Soul Grinder. Which is also tier 5, but it's recruited faster. Fucking 3 dots everywhere. This Slaanesh tech powerful Keeper of Secrets, Big Boss Great Demon of Slaanesh, not some squishy peasant pincushion. Should make it really powerful and not unlock spells that are not even bound. That thing is tier 5 with long recruit time and it barely compares to Soul Gunner, which is also tier 5 but recruited faster. And I really don't really give a shit, I guess. The Keeper of Secrets having those spells would make sense if the Herald of Slaanesh didn't had it was not a spellcaster. Or you had a Lurus in every army. You're going to have a fucking caster lord and a caster here in every single army. So Keeper of Secrets spells feel like redundant. The thing is not even properly statted and it's skilled as a spellcaster with shit technology. And it's supposed to be a great demon. Second only to Slaanesh, right? That's how I feel like. Squishy peasant concussion. Has damage, but it takes too much damage. And when you compare it to like a unit of Fiends, Fiends just outperform it. In every situation. Which are tier 4. The Exalted Keeper of Secret is strong. Stronger than Herald for sure, but there's a downside. Traits and experience. They can't just do it on everybody.
None can resist me! Darkest winds blow!
Marauders!
If it had a unique, powerful trait, sure. That's what's just missing, a unique, powerful trait.
Spearman!
Exalted Keeper has strong abilities.
Seeking Slaanesh's embrace.
The prince!
For some reason, those abilities are not on the Keeper of Secrets. At least one or two should be.
Spearman!
Torture is rapture!
The Eternal Hunters! Rampage! Take it all! Swarm together!
I'm gonna summon 10 of these Furies.
The purple herald!
The pangs of suffering! Slay them!
Kill! Kill!
Beacon of depravity!
Endless craving! We hunt!
Marauders of Slaanesh! Souls for Slaanesh! Marauders!
Sweetest suffering!
Pain and despair! Seeking Slaanesh's embrace! Feeding our addiction! Marauders of Slaanesh!
Agony and ecstasy! The beguiling nightmare! Hand demon of Slaanesh! Slaanesh's birth! Ravishing slaughter! Sweet suffering waits!
Spearmen!
A tempting destination!
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Guided by hunger! Endless craving!
Essence for Slaanesh!
The pangs of suffering!
I will not have any conversation with them or send it anywhere. I'm just listening and anybody can send it anywhere. I'm just doing it for myself.
On the hunt!
People can see too.
Of course! Torture them!
Finding fresh souls!
And at least new patches, see if any of this shit gets fixed next time we play factions. My experience with the CA is just a waste of energy to try to even talks with them. They just pretend they care.
Break them, body and soul.
Guess I made a large military go up there. It's basically just for people to see. What are people gonna do with it? I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna be making entries and clearing entries. Anyways, boys, I'm done for the day. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
My divine master.